presence. We thank you for your grace in our lives. We thank you for your presence in this conference since yesterday. We have seen your hand of grace, and now we invite your awesome presence today, that Lord, you continue giving us insights, guide us through the session, give us knowledge and wisdom, King of Glory. By the time we finish this conference, let each person have benefited with knowledge and skills to be able to disperse to the world. We thank you, mighty Father. We pray for those who have not arrived, that, Lord, you grant them journey mercies. We thank you and we honor you. It is in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Good morning again. I hope you had a nice rest at night and you are fresh and we are beginning the second day. We thank God for the nurses. Now we want to have a recap of what we did yesterday, and I would like to invite Dr. Felicitas Mutamala to come up front and give us the recap.
Good morning, everyone. We will not go so much into details, but we just want to have the highlights of what we went through yesterday, the papers we listened to, the presentations that we listened to, some key aspects that came out, and not for everybody, because if I start, we will maybe take up another 4-3 hours, because yesterday we took a whole day. So we'll just go through a few of them. From the opening ceremony, and that's where I will dwell so much because of, and that is where time was really spent. The theme of the conference is evidence-based solutions to transformative actions, that is initiatives for what works for women economic empowerment. The session was being emceed by Naftali, and our rapporteurs were Dr. Moa and Dr. Margaret Koskei. We had welcoming remarks. So this session, let me just give on this one, yeah. An overview was given by Professor Judith Wawudo, who is a KUE hub leader. And guests and participants present were informed that this is the third and final conference of the 6-year initiative funded by the Gates Foundation through competitive bidding. The overall initiative comprised 14 projects aimed at improving the women's economic empowerment in Kenya. 13 have been completed, with posters available. You see them during the exhibition. And the current focus, which is the final project, is running from 2024, focusing on women and children, and is being executed entirely within Tharaka Nithi County, Katunga areas. The key objective of the agenda for the conference is disseminating the RCT results. The conference will also share, or is going to share the design and positive outcomes of complex randomized control trial, that is the RCT. And she also welcomed this will be followed by the launch of the National Women Economic Empowerment Index by the director of the KNBS, and the score card index is also designed to help the counties benchmark and effectively allocate resources towards gender equality and women empowerment. Partners and collaborators were also acknowledged, among them being the Gates Foundation, local universities, and also the research teams, those ones who are collecting the data. Again, still in the opening ceremony, we welcomed also the children who were here during the conference, and we had we had schools, children from Munga Primary School, led by their teacher Betty Samuel, presented a poem, Wacha Nicheze, and Sisi ni watoto, and then Tunaenda Kuimba, and there was a poem also for that. The address by Professor Caroline Zorua, who is the chair of the advisory board at Kenyatta University, was also done, and she affirmed that the conference was timely, informative, and highly impactful. She also elaborated on the role of KU WeHub Advisory Board and recognized the valuable contribution of all players and partners who supported the research and conference activities. She also emphasized that the findings generated through the conference was going to be valuable for policy development and implementation, noting that transformative action is achievable through research and collaboration. She also took kofia mbili, that is her kofia and the one for the Vice Chancellor. So the Vice Chancellor, she read his remarks, and in his remarks, opening remarks, that is the Vice Chancellor of KU, he appreciated the rigorous research undertaken through the RCT study involving children from the age of 3 years, noting its significance in generating practical and policy-relevant findings. Also, he elaborated on the goal of the study and emphasized that women economic empowerment, that is is critical intervention for child growth, school readiness, family cohesiveness, and overall well-being of the women and children. And that the findings indicated the urgent need to improve and protect women's participation in economic and labor market spaces through the identification and implementation of the critical interventions. And finally, he further stressed the importance of investing early in child learning, nurturing, care, and overall early childhood development as a foundation for sustainable societal growth. The address by Mr. Samuel Jazi, the Deputy Director, Ministry of Education, Early Childhood, that is the ECD, noted that the conference theme, evidence-based solutions to transformative actions, that is initiatives for what works for women economic empowerment, was timely and relevant, particularly in addressing contemporary issues affecting women's economic empowerment and societal development. He emphasized, the emphasis was placed on critical role women play in economic growth and development within society and the importance of closing existing gender gaps. However, it was emphasized again that the greater focus should be directed towards identifying and implementing what works for women through practical, evidence-based interventions. There was also the address by Professor Jonah Kindiki, the DVC Administration and Finance. And Professor Kindiki appreciated all that were participating parties, that is the partners, stakeholders, and also the attendees for their commitment and active involvement in the conference. He noted that the presence and participation of the various stakeholders served as a strong indication of the shared commitment towards advancing women's economic empowerment and promoting sustainable societal development. He observed that achieving meaningful and sustainable change requires continued collaboration, partnership, and coordinated efforts among institutions, government agencies, development partners, researchers, and communities. An address by Gilbert Ndura, the DVC, ARSA, Chuka University. He also appreciated the selection of Chuka as the host for the 3rd International Women Economic Empowerment Conference, noting that the institution has remained a progressive and transformative space since 1951. There was a VC's address that is from Professor Mutembei, who welcomed all the participants again to Chuka University for the conference, and he emphasized the significant role played by Kenyatta University, and noted that Chuka University remains one of the largest universities in Eastern region associated with KU's legacy and impact. In his remarks, he observed that conference provided an important platform for sharing research findings and generating evidence-based recommendations to inform government advisory, policy development, and implementation. And he highlighted 3 key issues or areas to focus. That is the importance of ensuring end-user impact through research. Number 2, the value multidisciplinary collaboration and engagement. And number 3, the need to sustain academic and thought-provoking platforms that stimulate meaningful dialogue and innovation. The address by Mwiti Mono, the Chief Officer for Education, Vocational Training and Culture of Tharaka Nithi. Mr. Mono appreciated the partners again, the researchers, for finding it appropriate to come to conduct the study and implement the project in Tharaka Nithi County, and noted that the initiative had generated a significant interest and positive impact within the community. He particularly highlighted the crèche establishment at Chuka Market, observing that it attracted considerable attention and demonstrated the practical value of childcare interventions in supporting women's economic activities. And he conveyed appreciation to the governor in absentia. And then there was an address by Honorable Dorothy Naivasha, the CECM, Education Vocational, and she thanked the VC Vice Chancellor, teachers, and mentors who had participated in the study for their commitment. Then I will go to the address by Dr. Randu Ban, the Gates Foundation. Dr. Radu reflected on inception of the project 6 years ago, which was guided by the fundamental question of what works for women's economic empowerment. He observed that it was, at the beginning, there was limited evidence on the effect approaches to what was advancing the we. But over time, the project has generated valuable insights and practical evidence. He noted that the significant progress has been made not only in demonstrating successful interventions, but also in taking bold and innovative steps towards advancing we through investments in childcare and child development. Mr. Randu expressed the optimism that Tharaka Nithi County would become a model for other counties and regions in implementing evidence-based interventions that integrate women's empowerment and child development. So we ended there and we began the sessions, which began with Professor Anyure's presentation on the county study context, demand for childcare, the RCT project, intervention and dissemination of findings. I'm going to be very brief there. And in his remarks or in his study, he noted that globally most mothers face the challenge of balancing childcare responsibilities with labor participation for an outcome, and that in Kenya limited access to quality and affordable childcare hinder the children's foundational child development and learning, and that available daycare programs are mainly private and unregulated. And there were two expected outcomes, that is the positive economic empowerment and well-being of mothers of children in the treatment intervention group, and that there also was improved cognitive and social emotional development for preschool children starting from the age of 3. And I will not go into the main concerns because we'll go so much onto that. The assessment included child assessment, mother, father, teacher survey, and class observation, and that child development was measured using adaptable, translated, tested, and retested, and piloted child assessment tools. The expected outcomes there were nutritional status of children, preschool children, enhanced school readiness, and improved child development milestones. A presentation by Professor Helen Becker on impacts of intervention on child development outcomes, classroom quality, and teachers' well-being. There are several questions which were asked there. One, the access, and that does having access to high-quality preschool age 3 compared to staying at home change what children can do when they reach preschool? That was just one of the questions. And this study was grounded in 3 science evidence bases, that is the science early childhood, the science of implementation, and the science of behavior change. 6 actions and evidence supports were to enforce mother tongue policy, train all primary teachers, provide continued mentoring, prioritize age 3 enrollment in undeserved areas, and provide classroom teaching and learning materials, and lastly, embed ongoing monitoring and evaluation in learning activities. Professor Costa's presentation on women's labor supply, time use, mental health, empowerment, and household dynamics had a component of motivation where he said that there are large gaps in female participation that are widespread throughout the world, with near equality in only a small fraction of the world. And the children's responsibilities in many cultures lie almost entirely with women. So a key hypothesized policy over here was to promote equality and therefore child care services. I'll go to the other discussion which was done by the breakaway rooms. One of it was the one which was here. It was on mainly a discussion on lived experiences from researchers, teachers, county government, legal officer, and the others. There was a policy group, the upscaling of RCT intervention policy dialogue, and I only mentioned 2. One of it that the meeting focused on reviewing research findings that showed significant improvements in early childhood, teaching quality, learning outcomes, and enrollment of 3-year-old children from the intervention programs. I'm told to be very brief, so I'll not go too much. I just want to get to the final one. The other presentations highlighted, okay, let me just go to the last one. The breakaway room, one of it was on play-based and child-centered education, intervention, effectiveness, and holistic child development and material economic by Dr. Teo. This one, the key aspects assessed during the early included classroom quality. And the responses, and that the intervention targeted children aged between 32 to 34 months, which is 3 and 4-year-olds, but it took 32 to 45 months. I've been disoriented, so I'm moving very fast. The last one that I want to talk about is on the action plan on the the last one by Kashara, which was also in a breakaway room, where the action points were the national competency-based education. Okay, the program was on identifying cross-cutting themes on issues that recurred across multiple discussions. That is what I wanted to say. But the presentation that was done by Esther Kashara in a breakaway room emphasized on the national competency-based education, the curriculum policy, and transitioning towards capacity-focused education system that is anchored on three pillars. And they emphasized on, again, the enforcement of mother tongue, the training the pre-primary teachers, and providing class teaching and coaching materials. I think I'll end there so that we can be able to save time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Felicitas. We can do better. Let's give her one clap. One clap for the presenters day one, and one clap for the guests. Thank you very much. Allow me to acknowledge our partners. Bangor University, Yale University, Gates Foundation, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, University of West Indies, Chuka University, Tharaka Nithi County, and ECD Network. Allow me also to take cognizance of our very important guests who are here and stakeholders. First of all, allow me to take cognizance of the presence of DG, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Dr. McDonald Obuza. Allow me to take cognizance of Chuka University again, our host. Allow me to take cognizance of the presence of DVC Research Chuka, Professor Gilbert Nduru. Allow me to take cognizance and acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor John Okumu, ably represented by the DVC Research, Innovation and Outreach, Dr. Caroline Torua. And allow me to take cognizance of Professor Judy Waudo, who is the hub leader. Let me still stand on the established protocol and allow me to take cognizance of the VC Chuka University, Professor Mtembe. Having said that, we will get into the next session. And in our next session, we are going to be taken through the Women Economic Empowerment Index. And in that particular session, we will be having a chair or the session moderator, Professor Anne Sande of Chuka University. We'll have the rapporteurs, Dr. Margaret Kosgei. I know she's around. Thank you. We'll have Ananda Kube, Dr. Ananda Kube of Kenyatta University. Thank you. We'll also have Felicitas, Dr. Felicitas Opio, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is the other rapporteur. So you'll be helping us check the deliberations, the minutes. Just want to find out if our PS has arrived. Thank you very much. So allow me to, and all of us, let's be upstanding just to welcome the peers, our representative, who is also the Economic Planning Secretary, Dr. Evelyn Anubi. welcome. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. You may take your seats. Yeah, in this panel, we will also have Dr. Paul Samoy, yes, from KNBS. Yeah. So we're going to be having panelists, and I would request that we have the panelists move up front. Okay, okay. So, I'm inviting Professor Ann Sande to read the profile of the Director General, Dr. MacDonald Obudo.
Good morning. Yeah, I'll read the profile of the Director General, Dr. MacDonald George. Obudo. So, Dr. MacDonald George Obudo, PhD, EBS, MBS, is the Director General of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. For the last 5 years, where he has dedicated his career to promoting excellence in the development and production of high-quality official statistics in Kenya. With a wealth of experience in top management spanning over 19 years, he has led various technical teams in conducting population and housing census, registration and profiling of farmers, and designing and executing numerous sample surveys. He is a respected authority in the field of statistics, playing a key role in the development and implementation of statistical methods and standards, statistics policies, laws, and production, as well as the dissemination and utilization of statistical data. His leadership as then Director of Population and Social Statistics was instrumental in overseeing the successful execution of the first digital census during the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the field of statistics, his innovative approach to data collection, he has been honored with 2 state commendations towards Elder of Order of the Burning Spear, EBS, in 2023, and Moran of Order of the Burning Spear, MBS, in 2019. MacDonald holds a PhD degree in Applied Statistics, a Master of Science degree in Statistics, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics and Computer Science, all from esteemed Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Dr. Obudo serves as a board member of Tourism Research Institute, TRI, the Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st Century, that is Paris 2, and Hazina Sacco Limited. He is the current co-chair of the high-level group on partnership, coordination, and capacity building for statistics for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, HLG-PCCB.
Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, represented by Professor Caroline Goro. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been established, and of course to the representative of the PS in charge of the State Department for Economic Planning. We have Madam Evelyn Anupi, who is with us here. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm here to share with you the presentation of a report that was actually done by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. It was not done by one institution. Out of the many projects that were being undertaken through the Women Economic Empowerment that was supported by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, there were a number of projects, and so KNBS was part of the team that was given a chance to undertake one of the components. I know we also supported the conduct of surveys done by other players, including the Tharaka-Nithi county government that we partnered with, and I believe that is the reason as to why this conference is held here today. So I'm grateful that I've been part of that process, working very closely with Professor Judy, Professor Nguyen, of course chaired by Professor Thoro, and so we have been in good space to work together. Many a times, working together up to the end is not very easy, but we have had a chance really to move as a team, ensure that we deliver and give Kenyans what was not there before, courtesy of the support that we have gotten from elsewhere. So we are really grateful to the support that we have gotten from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and of course the invitation by Kenyatta University that will be part of the process. So the report had was done a while ago, 2022. Was it 2022? Yes. Yeah, 2022. Yeah, it was done a while ago, and we are just sharing basically what is contained in it. Otherwise, I'm sure members will be able to get copies so that you can easily interact with the report if you have not seen it earlier. So the outline is just what is given there in terms of the definition of what it is to talk of women's empowerment. Then where did we get the data to do this? What kind of questionnaire did we use? The conceptual framework, there are a number of them, but what did we use? How did we then move from the many factors to what could be scientifically used for the calculation of the index and all that. And so, colleagues, this project, which was focusing more on the women economic empowerment, we needed then to relate to the subject. And so, as I've mentioned, it was about the Bureau dealing with the economic empowerment for women, and then the index that arise from it. So when you talk of the women the women empowerment, it is a situation where women are measured in terms of the activities that they are involved in. Do they have job opportunities? Do they have a chance to make decisions of their own? What do they feel about their well-being at the end of the day? And so all that comprise of the empowerment. Now, there are many dimensions that are relevant to it. We have the political component, which then will check on what bit of leadership are women occupying at different levels. Socially, do they have freedom to deal with certain matters? Do they have access to education, access to financial services? What are the cultural issues that are there that are affecting them, which will deny them self-confidence, or which will propel them to have self-confidence in themselves? And of course, then we have legal matters. Some of them are embedded in law and constitution. Some are practiced without having them appearing anywhere, but we know that they lead to element of justice or otherwise. And of course, then the element of financial independence also then comes in. We do measure some of these things in many different ways. Like when we talk of the financial inclusion, we have in the bureau there is what we call the fin access, which we are doing with the Central Bank of Kenya and also the FSD Financial Services deepening, which we do like every 2 years. At times when it's delayed, it is every 3 years. It gives a lot of information concerning how men and women fare on when it comes to access to finances. So it is also another report that one can make references to, because then you'll be able to see the component of males and the component of female. But for this particular one, our concern was about the situation of women. So when you talk of economic empowerment for women, it is about what it is defined as a process of increasing women's economic participation, particularly in their ability to earn. That means it's about employment. Are they able to get employed or have businesses? Are they able to make some savings? Do they have access to resources and to financial resources? Are they able to invest? And so then, with all that done, it leads to a situation where they can now make decisions and take actions that will touch on their economic status. And so, with that, there are many elements again that one would look at. First is about do they have paid employment? I know we have also made a good attempts of quantifying the work that is unpaid for. What is the value of the work that is unpaid for? Which, if you are to bring on board, then we will not just be talking about the paid employment, but also other domestic costs that people are doing, that if you did not do it by yourself, somebody had to be paid for it. So that's just another component, another phase of what we are going to be doing under what we call the term is surveying. Then the control of over the income and assets. First, do they own any assets? Do they own land? Are they responsible for those assets that they own? Are they able to dispose of what they own without really getting permission from other persons? Then access to financial services. This is the area where you want to access credit. You want to get bank loan, you want to get circle loan. Are you able to get it freely? Are you able to get it easily to the extent that you can now start up your business or undertake the obligations that require finances? So when it comes to the data sources, when this opportunity came, we noted that the funds that we had could not really undertake and could not be enough to design a sampling frame, could not be enough to do a standalone survey. And so what did we do? At that time, we were running what we call the Kenya Continuous Household Survey Program, which we started in 2019. We did it 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. That was the last one. So in 2022, when we were given this chance, we decided that we are going to come up with a module for measurement of the Women Economic Empowerment Index and upload it to the existing framework for the continuous household survey, which then was done in 2022. So we were able now to ride on that. This is a survey that we are doing in quarters. So in 1 year we are doing 4 quarters and dealing with the different modules. So the survey, the CHSP is done in a way that it will bring several components together. At some point we'll remove some component and bring on board new ones. And so we kept on doing that just to make sure that at the end of the period we have covered quite a number of different surveys that would reduce on the gaps that are notable. And so this survey benefited from the fact that we had the CHSP, so we had a module that was uploaded to the questionnaire, and we conducted the survey in all the 47 counties. It was targeting women who are 18 years and above. Now, ordinarily, if this survey was to be done on its own, we would have had a sample size of 24,000. It was definitely going to be much less. But because it was a good national survey that was also measuring indicators that some of them were very rare, we had a light sample size. So this survey benefited from that. And so that component means that it was thoroughly done. It covered many households. It covered many women that were of interest. And so the selection of women we used the Kish grid. Kish grid allows you, in fact, it stops the research assistants from just deciding on who to interview. When you get to a household and you happen to get 3 or 4 women, and in our case we are taking 2, and you have 2 women to choose from. Now, you don't allow the enumerators just to sit to check on who could easily give me information so that I pick on this, I pick on that. Because you don't want that decision to be made just by the person who is doing the interview. And so the Kish grid will take you through a process that would lead you to the women to interview. So even if I come as a third person in that household to help to try to know that out of these 4 women, how do I get the 2? It will lead me to the same ones. The process that we use will all lead us to the same women to be interviewed, so that we don't make a choice of how easy it is for this one to be interviewed. This one is too old, that will take me a lot of time to explain my questions and get the responses, so I'm avoiding that one. The Kish grid does not allow you to avoid. So that is that was a good standard that was used to undertake the survey. So out of the households that were selected, we had 14,589 eligible women who were successfully interviewed. Remember, in some households you go there are no women of 18 years and above. So don't expect that for the many households that we visited, all of them are women. In fact, in the urban areas, we get young fellows living alone. Yeah, guys who are looking for employment, they are living alone, and so you will not get women in some of the houses. But where they were, we will interview up to a maximum of 2. That means if it is 1, then we interview that one. If there are more than 2, you have to apply the Kish grid to decide on who to interview. So some of the key components of the modules that we had are given here: the labor and employment, digital engagement, access to financial services, and it goes up to the psychological well-being. Now, there are many ways of really undertaking dealing with economic empowerment, and so there are many methods. There are around 4, 5 different types of methods. But then, as a team, we narrowed down to the Kabia theoretical framework. This is the method that was used, and in it, normally it has the 3 components of the resources, the urgency, and the achievement. Now, basically, the statistical offices around the world are using the Kabia's approach as the most recommended standard. So remember, from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics side, we subscribe to the international standards that would allow undertaking surveys in a uniform manner, that even if Latvia was to do a similar kind of survey, we have a chance now to compare the element of indices in the 2 countries, because then the approach is the same, that the methodology is the same that we're using. So NSOs, or the statistical officers, are actually guided to use this approach that was developed by Kabia in 1999. So, as I've mentioned, there are those 3 components that are key: getting to see the access to financial, human, and social capital, which is under resources. Then this about the empowerment component. Then the agency, which then looks at the ability for women to define their goals, what they want to achieve, and how they're measured. And then lastly, get to see the outcome of that what they were trying to do that have been measured, do they lead us to an outcome that will make them look independent. So to do that, basically in these areas of the components that we have, the resources, agency, and achievement, there are many factors which then you really have to look at them. There are many domains that you'll come up with, but then for you to move better, you first of all need to see how they are related. You need to see how you can reduce them. You need to see what would make the most of the impact. And here we use the factor analysis to help in that. Now, there is a factor analysis, and then there is also the principal component analysis. Now, principal component analysis would try to reduce the domains without looking at how they are related. We would try to look at the domains and get to see which ones are carrying bigger weights, which have more impact, so that we reduce our cases to those that will give us more impact. But when it comes to factor analysis, it is trying to look at the underlying issues, which are not measured very directly, that are contributing to a factor. And so we use the factor analysis to help us in coming up with this. And this is, again, this is the set of standards that are available for this. Again, as I talk of this, it's only that KNBS was leading the way, but we collaborated, we worked very closely with KU, and we worked also very closely with the University of California, San Diego, so that every step that we are making, it was being technically discussed and agreed upon on what we require. So the Kenyan case took that approach. And so the just looking at the conceptual framework that was used to come up with the index, and I've mentioned that the Kabias has the 3 main areas of the resources, agency, and achievement. For the resources, it is looking at the engagement in economic activities in terms of employment, looking at access to financial services, are you able to get loan, are you able to generate your resources, and then it is also looking at the ownership of assets, particularly ownership of land, ownership of dwelling units, whether it is houses or apartments or that, something like that, will be able to, and so when you talk of ownership, there are many things that people could own, but then we have to narrow down to the major components that are easier to measure. And so that forms the resources component. When it comes to the agency, it's about making decisions at the household level. Do women have the freedom to make decisions at the household level on a day-to-day basis? When it comes to, for those who are in union, do women have any say when it comes to sexual relations? That are you forced into having sex when you say no, when you are not interested, when something or that can happen? Do you have that freedom to make that choice when you are forced into it? So, of course, this question would only be asked to those who are in union. Those who are not in union were not subjected to that. And again, then it means that at the end of the day, there are factors that were applicable to those women in union, and there are those factors that were applicable to those who are not in union, and then of course then the common factors that were also in play. So the last one on achievement, having done all those above, then does it reflect the actual life condition that one has? Psychological well-being, is it really reflected? What is the impact of what is happening there? And so that explains about that framework that was used. So among the key, having then dealt with fact analysis, the issues were reduced. The key areas were reduced to 6, and those six are the ones that are touching on engagement in economic activities, which then touches on the element of employment, touches on the issue of business ownership, then access to financial services, getting to see if women have a bank account, do they have mobile banking services, that kind of a thing. And then asset ownership, I think I've mentioned that, including the element of livestock. Depending on where one is, livestock will be very critical in certain areas. So then again, I'd also mentioned about the household expenditure decision making. Do women have a chance to make those decisions, or somebody else will be making the decision? So you are dealing with that particular woman that you are interviewing. Is this lady having a chance to make the decision, or somebody else within the household is making the decision? So the story goes on to the element of well-being, where the woman will tell you, I feel confident. I feel confident myself. I have that freedom to do what I feel I should be doing. If you get to that stage, then we are home and dry. Now, so it is also a fact that among the indicators, Women Economic Empowerment Index is a composite index. It is compiled from many indices again, and so it's a question of what would matter most. So in this case, we had to look at, we had to deal with the weighting for all the cases. We had to assign them weight, and then because they have different units, normalization has to be done. And so in this case, we narrowed down to cases where if you are affected, if you are affected by the issue, you have 1. If not, then it is 0. So it was taking the binary numbers, which then would put us in a situation where for every component in a domain, what are factors that are there, and beyond that domain, what are the other factors that are there in relation to each other. And so we came up with how to quantify them and ensure that the weights matter, and each case that has gone through the process would also matter. Now, the decision was made, of course, this is also another standard. When you put together all these normalized indicators, and you get to 80% out of 100, the best situation is 100. But not everything will lead to 100. So would be that perfectly. We'll have that perfect situation. And so if you are to get to a point where your score is 80%, then that is considered to be a perfect situation. So that is the best. That was our line of measure. That anything that is 80 and above would be considered full empowerment. But then we have 50 to 79. We have 24, 25 to 49, something like that, which then would also tell to what extent that empowerment is. And so for the women who are in union, who are also subjected to the question of the sexual relation, it was noted that the psychological well-being was at 84.3%. And of course, then access to digital technology. It's about do you have a phone? There are a number of questions in the questionnaire. There are a number of questions that were asked about owning mobile phones, having access to internet services. Have you used it in the last 3 months? There are those questions that were applicable for the last 1 year, 12 months. So they kept on varying depending on what was required. And so the result that we got are given here as you are able to see them. So you see that women having separate savings or financial assets, it was 39.5%, which was noted to be very low. So in some cases, the partners would want to have a joint account so that they control how ladies are accessing their resources. Yeah. So in some cases, ladies are not even having an account. Somebody else is dictating that. All these are measured, and we can see that when it comes to the element of saving and financial asset, it was actually giving the lowest score, as you can see. Yeah. So that was the case for the women in the empowerment of women in union. For those who are not in union, of course, we are dealing with the 18 years and above. So for those who are not in union, you are able to see again the factors that affect the most, like the psychological case, which is 85.1%. And then, but when it comes to digital technology, they are actually very high up, or at 79.6%. So there are many variations. If you were to take the two and compare, you'll be able to see where are women in union doing better, and in which areas women out of union doing better. So this one is just speaking to the key components that we have had. I don't think it is giving us anything new, because as I mentioned, the resource is about the employment, access to financial services, the asset ownership. I don't think there will be anything new on this slide. So for the case of the index that we are looking for, it is the cutoff point I already mentioned is 80%, and so based on what came out, it was noted that the perfect cases of women with economic empowerment, those who are hitting 80 and above, for the weighted indicators, we have to weight the indicators, is 36.3%, and those who are 70 and above is 52.7. Those who are 60 and above are 67.7%. And so you are able to see that to what extent are our women in Kenya empowered. So, for the Kenyan case, what this slide is talking about is that from those who are empowered with 6.3, what are their numbers based on the population figures as projected in 2022? It was 4.9 million Kenyans being really empowered. So in 2022, our population must have been around 51 point something. Yeah. Now so when you look at disparities at national, I mean the disparity at rural and urban, you realize that women in urban areas are more empowered than women in the rural areas by 41.5 and 33.6% respectively. So that is our situation. So you can see the urban ladies are more empowered for based on several factors. Now, looking at it in terms of age groups, in terms of empowerment, looking at 18 to 24, the younger ages, then 25 to 34, still within the youth, then 35 to 59, and then the relatively older ones who are 60 and above. You are able to see that empowerment for women is at it is highest between 35 to 59 years of age, which is 44.4, and now it starts dropping as time goes by. Now, incidence scores of women economic empowerment by level of education. You can see that for the beige color, which is about empowerment, and then the other color, which is talking of not empowered at 80, that is the less cases. You are able to see that for no education, we have it at 16.6%. But this one is increasing as women are more educated. So those who have gone beyond secondary school, we have those who are empowered at 80% and above, being 50.9%. So education definitely is a major factor when it comes to empowerment of women. By marital status, those who are never married, we have them at 27. Those who are married, it is the highest at 40.2. And then those separated, it goes down a bit to 37.8. And divorced cases, it has gone lower than that. And then widower, 28%. By the way, why do you have widow here?
The man who was already dead.
Because it was not a personal decision. You decide to divorce or to separate. So you find yourself there.
Thank you for that.
I'm wondering why we have a man there. And I'm trying to say, the man is the household owner now. Bring the role of what the wife would have played, I think.
In fact, no, let's go back here. I'm not sure if this is a mistake or not, because we're dealing with the women.
It is a mistake.
It is a mistake.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a mistake. Yeah. Thank you, Silas, for that. It is a mistake, because we should not be having widow here. We did not involve, these questions were not subjected to men. Yeah. So we need to correct that one. Thank you. Now, then, For the case of the type of marriages, monogamous or polygamous, it is noted that women in monogamous marriage are more economically empowered than those who are in multiple marriages, that is the polygamous case. So again, that also tells us something that our women should also learn from. That you tend to be more economically empowered when you are in a monogamous marriage than if you have other co-wives. Now, on this one is about the percentage of economically empowered women by wealth status. So, the wealth for these households were measured. The wealth we measured at the household level, not really at the individual level. So, it was measured. You know, and actually, this is why it's about this case of wealth that made us have a very high sample size of 24,000 in the series of the continuous household survey program that we are undertaking from 2019 to 2022, because you require many cases for you to help you make proper conclusion at the household level, and so it informs why you had 24,000, and so this survey was able to benefit from it. Remember, this benefit was not very easy if you did not go this route, because then we're not going to ride on other variables that would be of interest to help us calculate the economic empowerment index. So, from the calculation of the wealth wealth quotas at the household level, it was noted that those who are the households that are wealthier, those women tend to have being more economically empowered than situations where the wealth at the household levels are lower. You can see for the lowest case we have 20%, and for those cases that are the wealth index is higher, we have them at 52.5%. Now this one tries to look at them by region. The whatever is a bit not very clear, but you can tell which counties are having women being more empowered than the others. You can see there is a Kiambu, there is a Machakos. Nairobi is different. I would expect Nairobi to be that's a survey plan. So we have Kansisia, Igori, Yandaro, Kiambu, Kilimanjaro. By the way, in my experience in the Bureau, one county that is very consistent with good indicators is Kirinyaga. Anytime I get a survey report and it is broken down by counties, I'll first of all go to Kirinyaga.
Right.
It is right.
Yes. That's first where and you realize that.
Thank you, Prof. You know, it has always been, even when you talk of health indicators, whatever indicators that we are talking about, you will find Kirinyaga being there. Always.
And the women there are really muscles, they are very aggressive.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's very true. It's about the growing of right. But how comes our women in Ahero are not like that? I mean, our indicators in, particularly in Kisumu, where Ahero is also having the growing rice.
So it's an issue of social norm. The social norm in Nyanza is very different from the social norm in Kirinyaga.
Sure.
Yeah, so the social norm in Nyanza, you can imagine a new man in Nyanza and a woman harvesting right. The other day we even saw that they are trying to do vegetables But then the men, when they realized, they gave them supper, you do what you want. And when they realized they were making money from there, they said, no, we need to be part of you.
Okay.
But not so in Mwea.
Okay. Yeah, and you know, these are the final studies that should now be undertaken in some of these areas. Yeah, and to bring out issues that would help, would give impact to the livelihoods of people. That these are the things that you're not doing right. These are the things that you're doing right that you should continue doing. And so the research is not meant to end at one point. The revelation of the results should lead us to another one and take us to the final details of what the situations are within smaller geographical areas. That will result into very big empowerment that we expect to see in our society. So I'm only surprised about Nairobi.
Nairobi, why should you be surprised about Nairobi? Because the slum, if you look at the population in the slum, in our informal settlement,
Yes.
because the majority of them, you don't expect them to be in Africa.
They are not out there. Yeah.
And that's a huge
And
population.
that's where the big populations are.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Good. So that is our situation. You can see the dry areas, how low the empowerment of women is. Yeah. The much dry areas. In fact, this study was very good because if you look at these areas, which are extremely arid. I can't allow it to take me there. Yeah, but you see this when you look at this, they are the same. The economic empowerment for women is much lower. Then now you get to those that are kind of saying not fully arid, they are arid, yes, but not fully. Again, you get them having the same kind of pattern. And so that Bungoma is right inside there. Bungoma will be and Narok is right here. Yeah. So those are the things that these are the kind of things that we need to check on. Why it is happening like that.
But Kericho is a surprise.
Kericho. Kericho is so. Kericho's case is so bad. Yeah, Kericho's case is so bad. So
There are a lot of
and actually, women are actually so much involved in such a thing. And so far away from another extent.
I think the region, because it's a tea plantation, many of them are casual workers and they get their daily living from what the casual work they do.
Yes. So you see, at the next level, these are some of the things that we need to take and deal with in another set of research. Or get to see what is really happening in some of these places. And yeah, that's what I was talking about. That will make us better.
Yeah.
So I can now go to thank you. Thank you so much. Now, maybe let me just say, because I might not come back here, but just some development. One is that the Bureau has been we are working on the revision of our Statistics Act. I'm sure some of you got that chance to interact with our bill. We have just done public participation so that members of the public could get to see what we have and give their views of what they want to see for the Bureau, so that we are made stronger in a manner that we can support the country better. So that's a process that's on. If by any chance you have not done that, and you can say we conclude the public participation on 20th of this month, but that does not mean that if you have some memorandum you cannot share with us, just share so that we look at, we take that into consideration. Two, from 2nd to 5th of next month, that is from Tuesday to Friday next week. We are having the Global Data Festival and Kenya Space Expo Conference that will be held at the Age Hotel. The Age is part of, is in South, I don't know whether it's South B or South C, under the College of Insurance. They have a hotel there, a big hotel, where we are going to have the event. That event, Kenya won to host it. It is actually the third that is going to be done globally. The first one was done in UK, Bristol City, in 2018. Then the next one, in 2023, it was done in Uruguay. And so the third one is now coming to Africa, and specifically Kenya. We expect to have over 1,000 participants from at least 90 countries that have confirmed attendance. Please, if you are keen, I'm sure you have not closed the registration. We can always check on free registration. We are partners. We can check on free registration for some of you to be part of it from next week. It is a global event. In fact, we made an attempt of combining, after winning that one, we also wanted to host the World Data Forum. We bidded for it in a very strong way, but I can tell you, we lost narrowly to Saudi Arabia. And we learned that we lost because of the power of resources. They were able to use their resources properly to make sure that Kenya did not win. Yeah, because they interfered with the other countries that were bidding for it to leave space for them. We made the best that we could, but we didn't win it. Now, unfortunately, the African countries who have representation in that group to make the decision, when I followed later on after that, we noted that they did not vote. Some were saying network, some were saying I did not manage to travel. Now, it tells you what was happening. Now, funnily enough, after Kenya losing it, now I'm appointed as the chair of that committee that makes the decision.
Oh, wow.
You know, yeah, what you saw there as being a chair of the high-level group on partnership, coordination, and capacity building for the SDGs. Now, that is the UN committee that makes the decision of where the World Data Forum is held. Yeah, so you see now, we miss it after bidded, then I'm put as the chair. So I'm going to decide where it is going to next. But, yeah?
We have won.
No, we wanted to host it. It is not about me. It is about the country. So, but anyway, that's what it is. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, we can do better in appreciating the Daisy. So I'm guiding you. One clap again, another one clap. Thank you very much, Daisy. That was awesome. We have been taken through the household survey with particular reference to women. And it's really intriguing that they used a very robust model. That is the Tabia 1999 model that has 3 parameters. That is the Women Economic Empowerment Index using resources, agency, and achievement. Another clap. Thank you very much. So again, allow me to invite the KU Rehab leader, Professor Judith Raudo, who will also be inviting the DBC research tutor, but I've seen him step out. We need to be sure that we are safe because they are our hosts. And Professor will then invite the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University representative, that is DBC Rio, Professor Caroline Dorua, who will then invite our chief guest, that is the PS planning representative, by Madame Evelyn Anope. So karibu Prof.
Good morning. Mine is just to appreciate the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics for being here. We have actually been lobbying for them to come and be with us. But I want to recognize the staff from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Just stand up. Thank you very much. This staff and the Bureau itself, they have walked the journey with us from the very beginning when we started 6 years ago. And they have participated in all our projects. I said we have 14 research projects at each level, especially in the design. They have actually helped us, data collection, they have been with us, and then data analysis. So I just want to say this project would have not come to a fruitful conclusion without the Bureau. DG, thank you very much for that support. Now, for the RCT, again, we had to do the census of Tharaka Nithi. And the Bureau came in very strongly to help us to do the census, for us to help us to do the design. Yesterday, we talked about the randomized controlled trial. They help us do the design. They help us in terms of analysis of the data. Even the data we presented yesterday and we are going to present today is because of them. So we have walked the journey with your officers, and thank you very much for releasing the officers to be with us. And because also this country, decision making, if you don't work with the Kenya National Bureau for Statistics, actually sometimes your data is treated as citizen data. And for us, as the donor said yesterday, we wanted to make an impact in terms of policies. And I want to say, through this research and through working with the Bureau, we were able to make some impact in terms of the tourist policy. There is a revised tourism policy. The data emanated from this work we have done in the last 6 years. There is the Women Economic Empowerment Policy. Again, data also emanated from our research. And lastly, there is data on the care policy, the national care policy. Again, we have been able to make an impact because of working with the National Bureau for Statistics. I want to say that from here, we are not stopping here. We are supposed to make some policy on education because our results actually brought up very strongly the impact of our intervention on ECD. So again, we are going to work with them as we make a policy, or we do policy briefs with the Minister of Basic Education. So thank you very much. I want at this juncture to call my Vice Chancellor, Representative Professor Caroline Thoroa, to come and make a few remarks and invite our guests. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's another day, and we are grateful to move on. I want to thank our first speaker, Professor Obudo, for that excellent presentation. Very revealing, and we have learned a lot. So now moving on to our next speaker, we are delighted to have the PS Representative Planning, Mrs. Evelyn Anope. You're very welcome. We look forward to having you speak to us this morning. Thank you very much. Let's give her a warm hand of welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad to be here this morning. As it has been said, I'm here representing the PS, State Department for Economic Planning. He sends his warm greetings and an apology for not being able to join us this morning. So I will be reading his speech, but before I do that, I also have a few words to say because I feel as part of this conference, and again the focus is on women and I'm one of them. So I must say a few words before I read the speech by the Principal Secretary. So I know this conference began from yesterday, and looking at the program, I can see a number of papers and panel discussions that have taken place. And it is very, very clear that all of us who are gathered here recognize that the transformative truth that when we empower the women of Kenya, we empower the entire republic. The core of our nation's progress, that is women economic empowerment. And it is time to move beyond rhetoric and ground our discussions in actionable data, specifically the insights from national women's empowerment. And why does economic empowerment for women matter? Basically, there are gaps that we need to fill, and one of them is poverty reduction. We are aware that women constitute a massive segment of our rural population. And again, from when the DG did his presentation, you could see the numbers being tagged to the rural women. So when a woman earns an income, the family's health and education outcomes improve immediately. When we look at the national GDP growth, again, we are talking about closing gender gaps in agriculture and entrepreneurship. And here we are not saying that we are leaving men behind. We know that it lifts the whole country forward. It unlocks inclusive, sustainable growth. Thirdly, we look at business performance, and we know that enterprises with women in management consistently score higher in organizational performance. We are also aware that our country has made commendable strides in advancing gender equality. Initiatives such as the affirmative action funds being implemented. We have the 2/3 gender rule. We have also embraced grassroots economic engines like the table banking model. So this is a clear sign that the country is committed to pushing forward women economic empowerment. However, we must be honest about the journey ahead. Despite the important developments, the reality is that vast majority of women still face systematic barriers. So I don't want to go too much into what I could have said because I'm here today as a messenger. So I'm going to read the speech from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning. He is known as Dr. Boniface Makoha. So I'll do the speech verbatim because that is what he could have told you today. So the Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, representatives of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, CEOs and heads of institutions present today, representatives of development partners, civil society and women's rights advocates, distinguished guests, and members of the press. Good morning. It is my pleasure to join you today for the 3rd International Women's Economic Empowerment Conference. as we share the findings from the Women's Economic Empowerment Index report, a landmark publication that marks a significant milestone in our nation's commitment to gender-responsive, evidence-based policy making. This is not merely the release of a statistical report, it is a declaration of intent, a statement that Kenya is serious about measuring, tracking, and addressing the barriers that limit women's full participation in the economy. The Women's Economic Empowerment Index, produced by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with universities, Women Economic Empowerment Hub, and funded through the generous support of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, represents a rigorous, multidimensional, and nationally representative measure of women's economic empowerment. Based on data from the 2022 Kenya Continuous Household Survey, it covers all the 42 counties, targeting women aged 18 years and above, and provides insights across 6 critical domains, that is employment and entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, asset ownership, household decision-making, control over sexual relationships, and psychological well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, women are central to Kenya's development story. They constitute approximately half of our population, and they are present in every sector of our economy, that is in agriculture, in entrepreneurship, in formal employment, and in the irreplaceable domain of unpaid care and domestic work. Yet, despite their immense contributions, women continue to face structural barriers that limit their economic potential. That is, constrained access to financial resources, discriminatory social norms, unequal opportunities in the labor market, and limited voice in household and community decision making. The Women's Economic Empowerment Index directly responds to this challenge. At national level, the findings reveal that only 36.3% of Kenyan women meet the threshold for economic empowerment, defined as meeting at least 80% of the weighted empowerment indicators. The figure, while representing a real progress in some areas, underscores the scale of work that remains ahead of us. It is a call to action, and today's sharing of Women Economic Empowerment Index findings is our collective response. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya has demonstrated its commitment to women's empowerment through a robust policy and legal framework. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides the bedrock of gender equality through Article 27 on freedom from discrimination, and Article 81 and Article 100 on gender representation in public life. The Kenya Vision 2030, the Medium-Term Plan 4, and the Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda all underscore the imperative of inclusive growth anchored in equitable access to resources and opportunities. Programs such as the Women Enterprise Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, and the 30% access to government procurement opportunities, reservation for youth, women and persons with disabilities represent concrete legislative and programmatic commitments to leveling the economic playing field. The Women's Economic Empowerment Index now provides us with the tools to assess whether these investments are translating into meaningful change on the ground and to sharpen our interventions where they are falling short. We can now ask with data, are our programs reaching women in the ASAL counties? Are women aged between 18 to 24 being adequately supported? Are women in polygamous unions receiving tailored interventions? This is the power of a robust county-level disaggregated index which was presented today. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Economic Planning remains firmly committed to the production and utilization of high-quality official statistics as a cornerstone of good governance and evidence-based policy making. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics plays an indispensable role in this regard as the principal agency responsible for generating the data that informs our national decisions. The Women Economic Empowerment Index is a testament to what is possible when government, academia, civil society, and development partners collaborate with a shared commitment to truth and transformation. I commend Kenya National Bureau of Statistics for the rigor with which this index has been constructed and designed to be updated and tracked over time. I equally commend Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub for their intellectual partnership in this endeavor, and I extend our deep gratitude to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for their financial support, which made this work possible. Above all, I wish to recognize the Kenyan women who participated in the survey and generously shared their experiences, their voices, and their stories, upon which this index stands. Ladies and gentlemen, as we share the findings of this report today, I wish to issue a clear call to action to all stakeholders present today. To policymakers and planners, let the Women Economic Empowerment Index be integrated into program design, budget allocations, and monitoring frameworks at both the national and county levels. The disparities it reveals by region should guide where we direct our resources as a country. To development partners and civil society, let us use this index as a shared accountability tool. It provides a baseline against which progress can be tracked and evaluated. Hold government and each other to account for measurable improvements in women's economic empowerment. To researchers and academia, let us build on this foundation. Deepen the analysis, explore the drivers behind county-level variations, and generate the evidence that will help us decide more effective and context-sensitive interventions. To the private sector, the Women Empowerment Index is also a signal to you. Women's economic empowerment is not only a development imperative, it is a business opportunity. Let us invest in women-led enterprises, close gender parity gaps, and create inclusive workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me reaffirm the government's unwavering commitment to achieving gender equality and women's economic empowerment as a pillar to our national development agenda. The Women Economic Empowerment Index is more than a measurement tool. It is a mirror that reflects where we stand and a compass that points us towards where we must go. The data tells us that we have made progress, but the progress is uneven, and the gaps remain wider by day. Closing these gaps is not optional, it is a constitutional obligation. It is an economic necessity, and it is a moral imperative. When women thrive economically, families get stronger, communities become more resilient, and our national economy becomes more productive and more inclusive. Today we commit to using the Women Economic Empowerment Index not as a document that sits on a shelf, but as a living instrument that drives policy, guides investment, and accelerates transformation. Thank you very much, and we hope this is the beginning for us to be more vigorous when it comes to women economic empowerment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam P.S. Yeah, we can still do better. Let's give her. Hold on. I'm guiding you. We are doing it 4 times. 1 clap, 1 clap, another clap, another one. Thank you very much. Yeah, so those are very wonderful insights. So allow me to still write on the protocols that have already been established, but also recognize the presence of Kelly Riggi, the CCM Department of Gender, Children and Social Services, Tharaka Nithi County. Madam karibu sana. Yeah, at this juncture, I'm inviting the DVC Research, Chuka University, Professor Gilbert Nduru, to give his remarks. Karibu sana, Prof.
Good morning, everybody. Mko salama? I want to believe you have had a very nice evening and therefore a very nice beginning this morning. Mine is very short. I want to first of all apologize. I should have been here earlier on behalf of the Vice Chancellor to welcome our guests. But we have been running up many things. The VC is not around. I think he told you yesterday why he has to be around. He did not join others to Mandela, rather and to be away to do something else. And for that matter, he asked me to do a lot of running around here. And that is why, sorry, you have seen I'm coming in and running out, coming in and running out. Until a short while ago, I was coming, running, and then I ran at the door. He still called me again. So I took to a deputy when he did call. Yes, so that has been the matter. Otherwise, I want to appreciate the Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Standards, on his behalf. I came in when you were presenting. I made that mistake. I should have been there earlier to welcome you. I also want to welcome our lady, Madam, who has come to represent the PS, State Department of Economic Planning, Karibu Sana Chuka. I want to also welcome all the others, the DVC, Kenyatta University, the leaders of the project, our sister and Madam from the county, Madam Kate Karibu Sana. All of us, welcome. Everybody riding on the protocols that are established. I want to welcome you all to Chuka University this morning. Kindly feel at home, continue well as you proceed. I'm told that we are closing today, so I'll be there to close together with you. I am very encouraged that at least I can speak kidogo on what I have heard this morning as we were talking about the Women Economic Empowerment Index. And I listened keenly to all the indexes that the Director General and all other outlined. A very important document, I say. Madam from the Department of Planning has told us it's a living document. Well, I hope it will live to actually be there. But one concept that came into my mind that I thought the Director General and all of us here need to think about is the aspect of sustainability. Because, yes, these are things that we see as they are. When you look at the woman in terms of the age, in terms of the gender, in terms of her education, in terms of what she owns, in terms of whether she can use a phone. But at the end of it all, the context in which she lives is a very important thing to ensure that her empowerment is sustained to live and to continue to be able to provide for herself, her family, and even to contribute effectively to the nation. I do remember I was carried 9 months by my mother. She carried me by her laps and she suckled me for the many days. And she walked with me through life in difficult times and fed me. Sometimes in our times, she used to eat, chew a bit, and then get out of what she's eating and give it to me. I think some of you are aware about that style, yeah? Am I? Yes, that was my mother. And so she fed me using bananas and all these things. And those were the technological standards of raising a baby those days. And she had to do it that way because that is how the economic settings were. And that is what she was able to do. But I want to think times keep on changing. These are the days of AI. And I'm telling you, it is changing almost everything. How we talk, how we communicate. Today you can see me doing crazy things because somebody has taken my head and transposed it. You know, I could be looking like a woman. And a woman could be looking like a man. Many things, yeah? I listened this morning to a clip that was talking about you can make millions within a short while using chat, BBT, all these AI tools and all those things. So these are other things that are coming in. So even as we talk about the economic index, there is need to think about where are we coming from. The questions I would wish to pose to us is, where are we? How did we get here? And where are we going? And how do we get there? And who do we get there with? I would think as we talk about women empowerment, which is a very important concept, then we situate it within the context of the holistic life of the woman, of the family. Because without the family, even the empowerment may not make sense. I am imagining if my mother didn't have a stable family, then I wouldn't have been able even to grow. At one time, I used to live in Chuka town as a chokora, although you see me today. And that was because my mother and my father collided. So my mother got offended and went. And she left me in the hands of stepmother. And the stepmother decided, this is not my child. And there I was. I had to leave because she would boil water and actually pour it on my bed. And I look at it, I say, this woman, what is it? So my father would try to take care for me, but he's going for business. He would come with food, and when he gives me, my stepmother takes it away from me. So I had to leave and go to Chuka town. That's where I lived in the streets. I have lived under a trench. with other boys, we would go around collecting food and bring it together, and then we will share very nicely and eat until one day, my uncle actually came, befriended me. I used to serve women, mama bogas, as they were doing their bananas there. I would go and serve them. When they want to run around, I'll take the bananas and carry for them. Then they'll pay me using the bananas. And one day my uncle came, bought a chunk of banana, and I thought this man wanted to hand me over to the police. I did not know he was my uncle. But he befriended me through friendship. He warned me. And one day he drove us together with other boys to his home to go and see coffee. And so we went. And in the evening he kept us in his house. He ensured we were given food. The mother there became my mother. And that, I am telling you, I love. My first daughter is called after that mother, Charity. Because I am the mother who abandoned and the mother who raised me. And I look at it today and I look back and say, and that's why the word sustainability is a very crucial thing. Is this motherhood sustainable? What circumstances would sustain it? These women that we raise today. There are many other things. Apart from looking at the positive side, what are the negative sides that actually reduce the value of this woman? When this woman is empowered, how positively is she living? I have read this document and I'm not seeing the other side of the coin. Researchers, I'm not seeing the other side of the coin. When the woman has become empowered, what is happening? Is it helping society to become better? I would invite you to go and study our empowered women. Professor Sandy, look at the empowered women. When they have been empowered, Madam from the Ministry of Planning, Director from the Kenya National Bureau of Standards, when the women have become empowered, how positive are they making society a society? Are they remaining that mother who actually took all the care and sustained, and is that the value? Who is the key pillar of the family? Without a mother who was a key pillar, when I landed at my uncle's place, I wouldn't be the professor you see today. So I appreciate the empowerment of the women. But there are women also we need to look at. Are they using empowerment in the right direction? That is another part, because many of our boy children, and I would advocate that because I'm a boy, allow me to talk like that. The boy child, where are we going? Director General, hatuna research ambayo inasema wanaume wanaelekea wapi, si ndio? Can we have an empowered woman without an empowered man? Can we, if we empower the man the woman so much? The VC yesterday told us we are standing on his feet again. Allow me to speak in this way. If we empower the man, the girl so much, where are we going to end up to? I think we will start doing research on the other side. Men's empowerment. But who empowers the man? And one thing I came to realize is when it came to a time, my uncle took me over. He gave me the name. In fact, he changed my name. I used to be Kenyua, which means a drunkard, and I'm happy for that. He changed it to be a cat. Mbaka means a cat, so that I don't take beer, I take tobacco. So that's how my father, when he took me for baptism, he ensured he changed my name. And I can tell you all my other cousins that are born after my grandfather called Kenyua, all of them have died because of drinking. I was saved by my father's prophetic naming. I'm a cat. And that's how I drink now. So today I've been sustained because my uncle ensured he took me to school. He paid everything. When I went to school, he went and told the headmaster, this boy, don't beat. Nimetoa kwa mtaa. Ukigonga na kiboko, utarudi mtaa. Kwa hivyo nichungie tu. Akimiss, uniite nikuje, nifanye punishment na yeye. Kama kuna shinda, uniite. So, everybody has a role to play. But when motherhood or womanhood is not sustainable, I know you understand the word sustainability, isn't it? Then there is a problem. And I would wish to see people like Professor Sunday here, who have stood up and they are living their womanhood in the right direction. But when you get into our cities, when you get into our villages, you get everywhere, this concept of sustainability as a component of women empowerment is actually a needed area of examination. Another thing, I'm an environmental scientist. Women are very important in environmental conservation, environmental husbandry, and all that. I would wish that when I read this, because I really read this economic book index, I thought that economic development needed to be examined within the context of environmental sustainability, or rather sustainable development. That means whatever, when you look at the way women are interacting with the environment to obtain resources for the economic progress, then that component, I thought, is something. I'm talking from a scholar's point of view. It's a small review. I think that's another area that needs to be addressed. Women as environmental economists. Yeah, women as environmental economists. So that they are not just extracting and not sustaining. They need to be stewards. So to what extent, as they are being empowered, do they end up being better stewards? I was looking at it, I didn't see it. That was Mr. Kidogo. And yet they are the most important stewards we have. Very crucial, because unless we ensure our environment can be able to accommodate us, then we have no future. And when we have no future, then even our economic development is, or other economic gains will be short. They'll be short what? Yeah, they'll be short-lived. I wanted you to say that word, sustainability. And that's why the environment, the context of economic empowerment needed to be addressed in this index. Otherwise, thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you to Chuka to continue with this economic, this discourse. Mungu awabariki sana. Tutaendelea na hii. Na naomba tu mniruhusu tu, nimepewa kibarua hapa, niliomba ruhusa nikapewa. Ngoja niwazungumzie dakika 10, 5 hapo, alafu nirudi nifanye hiyo nyingine. Nikimbie, an obedient boy is a good boy, isn't it? Obedience is better than sacrifice. So nilipewa ruhusa kidogo, nikafanya nyingine, alafu nitarudi.
Can plug for him even in a Yes, that was some issues of sustainability with regard to women economic empowerment. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ansande to guide us through the panel discussion, which will be very brief, and then we can move to the next session. So, Harry.
We are behind schedule. So I would like now to invite our panelists and call them out. Paul Samoi from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Professor Waudo, Dr. John Besike from ECD Networks, Dr. Edna Moi, Murang'a University, and Madam Kelly Rigi, CECM, Department of Gender, Children's Social Services and Social Services, Tharaka-Nithi County. So panelists, karibuni sana. We shall engage you briefly just to highlight a few points on this index. And so you just take the questions, then you can answer after I finish asking all of them. The first question goes to Dr. Paul Goike. How sensitive is this index to the changes? How sensitive is this index to the changes in the economic, legal, or social conditions that change over time? You got it? Or I repeat. How sensitive is this index, of course the Women Economic Empowerment Index, to changes in economic, legal, or social conditions over time? This one goes to Ms. Kelly Riggi. Why do disparities persist between women in rural versus urban areas despite national policies promoting gender equality? This one goes to Dr. Edna. Are there gaps in the index that might overlook? Are there gaps in the index that might overlook certain vulnerable or marginalized groups? Are there gaps in this index which might overlook certain vulnerable or marginalized groups? Those are groups of women, of course. This one goes to Paul Samoy. How adequate is the sampling strategy? How adequate is the sampling strategy in capturing representative picture of women's economic empowerment, across the 47 counties. I repeat, how adequate is the sampling strategy in this index in capturing representative picture of women's empowerment across the 47 counties? Are you okay? And this one goes to Professor Waudo. How can this index methodology, account for socio-cultural norms that may influence empowerment, but are difficult to quantify? They may influence, but they are difficult to quantify. Over to you, panelists. Yes. Yes, yours is the... Wasike. John Wasike. How sensitive? Ngasike, yes. How sensitive is the index to the changes in economic? How sensitive is the index to changes in economic, legal, and social conditions over time? as things change economically, things change socially, legally, how sensitive is this index? Is it flexible enough to change with the changing times? So with those few questions, over to you panelists. You could respond. I hope who is the... let's start with Professor Waudo.
My question was, how can the index methodology account for social norms that influence empowerment, but are difficult sometimes to quantify? Yes. I want to say that looking at the methodology, according to the DG's description, they captured almost the entire Kenyan population, 24,000 household, and it is like a national survey which now took care of the whole Kenyan population, looking at the different sectors of the economy and different localities. So they took care of all the tribes of Kenya, or the counties. And when you look at these counties, you are looking at them with different context and different norms. For example, let me give you an example. Somebody in like Mombasa County, sometimes when you look at the social norms in that county, in terms of even access to employment, you find it's low. Women empowerment will be low because they rely more on men to do many of the things. Again, the issue of religion, when you look at that county, compared to some county like Kirinyaga, where we have seen women are very, what we call it, empowered, they are very aggressive, and they are not put down by the norms. Yeah, so in terms of methodology, I want to say that the Bureau took care of all country representation. Now, what are some of the things that were maybe difficult to quantify? Things sometimes like, for example, in this survey, we have seen they have taken care of different groups. But there is a group that it exists in this country, but we never talk about it, the intersex. I think it would be nice also to see, because there are women also in that who are, we call them lesbians and whatever, but we are going to capture in terms of data collection. I think I will say that. Also, sometimes in terms of intergeneration, according to the study, they have captured the younger and the older women. But again, in terms of social norms, you find that it's quite different. The Gen Z versus the older generation. So sometimes I think we can capture, but sometimes you don't capture those things in a way. The other thing we needed to capture is the perception of men towards we, which the DVC was actually bringing it out. Yeah, we just captured women economic empowerment, but also we need to capture the other side of how does the other gender perceive we. And I think that's another area we can actually do in terms of research. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, you could respond to us.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Kelly, the CCM in charge of Children, Gender and Social Services in Tharaka Nithi County. And my question goes like, why do we have disparities between women in rural areas versus those in urban, despite having national policies? First, I would like to pinpoint that the environment that the women in the rural areas are exposed to right from birth could be one of the major challenges why we still have the disparities. Because as much as we have law, as much as we have policies, if those laws and policies are not put into effect, then they remain any other writing. We have a lot of women who do not know their rights, do not know where they stand, are still taken in as part of furniture when they come to households. You know, they cannot make any decisions, and they do not have the knowledge and the freedom to realize that they have rights as human beings. We have 27 counties, for example, that still practices very retrogressive cultural activities like FGM. Unfortunately, my county is one of the hotspots. And I can clearly state that if that girl is cut at the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, and she's told now you're mature enough to go out there and now you're a woman, the next thing she will end up in a man's house, and probably, of course, a more mature man. And you can imagine at 13, 14, what do you really know? So you grow in a shell, or rather you grow in a cocoon that you are not even sure how to ever break from. So if you're told left, let's go left, you will definitely turn left without even questioning why we are turning left. We have a lot of women who, in the urban areas, at least who are exposed to education, even if it means the normal civic education, like what we are doing today, what we've been doing this week, they still don't have that sound that is telling them as a woman you can actually make it, compared to the woman in the urban places. So yes, as much as we have the policies, we still have limitations. We still have challenges that are holding us back. Things like health, things like infrastructure, all these things that are affecting the woman in the rural areas. And I mean, just go to our courts today and see how many women are trying to access justice, especially in the rural areas. If you walk to our land court today, most of the clients there are men. Women still are in the dark. If you walk to human rights facilities that offer human rights or advocates for human rights, they still don't know battering is an offense. They still feel it's part of it because that is how they are cultured. But a woman who is in the urban areas, a woman who knows who she is, a woman who's exposed, a woman who knows you cannot batter me because I'm a woman, a woman who knows gender-based violence is one of the things, or part of the human rights undoings, then we are still having our ladies disadvantaged. We have seen, sorry I'm taking more time, we've seen from the statistics that we've had that most of the rural places, the ladies or the women are still not learned or are still, for better or lack word, illiterate. And if we do not take these conversations to them and speak to them in the language they totally understand, if we don't get out of the boardroom and go under those trees and speak to them, we will still continue having the disparities, we will still continue having women who are less empowered, and we will still continue as a country crying on what we are crying today on gender-based violence, on femicide, on infanticide, and all those things. So let's take the conversations to where the women are and let's empower them. Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, my question is how adequate is sampling strategy in capturing the representativeness, representation picture of women economic empowerment across 47 counties. Now, I would like to say that every 10 years, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics undertakes the population census. And out of this, we always prepare the country into what we call enumeration areas. And these enumeration areas are sometimes equivalent to a village or several villages or part of the village. Now, when the population census is over, we normally prepare a frame that we use it to undertake the sampling. This frame is prepared in a way that it takes these years that was prepared during the cartographic mapping. And the years are done in a way that they arrange according to what we call population proportion to size. And out of this, a frame is prepared which is across all the 47 counties. So the frame is prepared in a way that we can now sample from this frame. An example for this particular year, after 2019 census, we prepared a frame of 10,000 enumeration areas. And these enumeration areas, we call them clusters. So this gives us a way of sampling the clusters, sampling households from these clusters across the 47 counties. And they are representative at this level, because what we normally do is we select the number of clusters that we need to do for a given survey, and we do it randomly and distributed across the all 47 counties by using what we call population proportion to size. So yes, the sampling strategy is representative at all areas, and when we select the clusters, we don't care where it is. If it is in the mountain, somebody has to climb to that cluster and do the households. So the households are selected first. It's called a multi-stage, two multi-stage sampling strategy, where a cluster is selected, then the household is selected. And for this case on women empowerment, we go to the third one, where we now select the women that we are going to use for as questions using the questionnaire. So indeed, the sampling strategy gives a true picture of the country. Thank you.
Thank you for the question on the index, whether it is can withstand changes as we move on in the future. Yeah, certainly I think, in my view, the index generally, in general, depicts in general what Kenya is. However, if I look at where I come from, Turkana County, the measurements that I saw, like banking, mobile, and many others, do not really connect with our pastoralist, Turkana pastoral rural women. I just saw animals. That's what I could connect. That do they have animals? Yes, perhaps that could be one measure. But in general, many other measurements need to be relooked, because we need. I think I will say that we need to go deeper into our societies to give a better representation, a better index representation. For example, if you give capitation, let's say, and you give the same throughout the country. How is it that there is equality when you give a child 1,200 in Nairobi or in Kenyaga where it is, and then also to another child 1,200? So perhaps the way the index is done, perhaps should go and touch the families, touch people more in their hearts so that it really impacts them. Because sometimes the decisions in Kenya are causes of inequalities in Kenya in general. Because there is a bit of a generalization in terms of how we allocate resources using some of these indexes. For example, many public servants do not want to work in Turkana. They say that it is insecure. It is very far. I was working with the county education director who said that the fuel he was given, if he goes to Kibich, that's the end. That fuel is finished. Only one trip to an education sub-county. The fuel allocated is finished. So perhaps, I do not know, that's perhaps what we want to hear from the planners. Really, are the resources really, are the indexes really working? So I guess as we move on, some of these ideas should be thought more seriously. Thank you.
Dr. Elma?
The question is, there are gaps in the index that might overlook the marginalized and the vulnerable groups. Yes, there are so many gaps, but I want just to highlight three. One is unpaid care work and child care. So this one will affect especially those who are looking for formal employment. So that is one of the gaps. The second gap is informal sector. And this one, if you look at East Africa, this is so dominant for women, and this one especially for the marginalized groups. Another one is quality of employment. If you look at the data sector, the question is whether a woman is employed or not. And that one is a very big gap. And finally, of course, that will spark a lot of discussion is structural biases. Thank you.
I want to add to what our other partner said about how sensitive is this index to the economic, legal, and social condition over time. We have seen that the index has been built around the issues of contextual factors. This is legal policies and norms of the community. It has also been built around the household factors in terms of intra-household allocation of resources. It has also been built around the issue of economic opportunities for women. This is work, employment. Then also the index has been built around the issues of capabilities in terms of individual education, health, access to financial services, and assets. So over time, as we increase this, more women are getting educated, more women are getting, the norms are getting down. So we expect that the Women Empowerment Index will be increasing over time. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, let me open the floor. Please, 3 questions. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the presentations, both the directors and the panelists. I was just wondering aloud, the indices seem to be targeting what we call a formalized areas we think will lead to earning money, and that's about work, employment, all those kind of things. And when we think about our country, the production system, the productive areas, the production is elsewhere, so that actually women are not engaged or don't have that production like agriculture, and having access to good farming output, I mean income from farming and so on. It doesn't seem to point directly into our foundations for livelihood, our foundations for living, and I think it's what John was trying to point at. If you go to Tharaka, for example, and you start talking about women transiting to work, then you say that they are now empowered because they have been employed. What does it mean? And this woman will actually die in the farm. So if I would like either the DG or Samuel himself to talk into this, there's something that is meeting. Actually, I did not see anything about agriculture and production from agriculture and how that can empower the woman.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Maruta Abraham. My concern or question I directed to Paul. Thank you, Paul, again for us to meet together. Now, this country thrives on the information that comes from KNBS. Now, my question is, like now, we are really struggling on pay as you earn. And we are talking about women economic empowerment. I propose that you develop an index to help guide the nation, even SRC, when they are setting salaries and they see what they can do to address that. The other day in the prayer meeting, I heard the president talking about reducing pay as you earn for people earning below 30,000 shillings or so. So what will inform him in such a decision? And especially when we are talking about the women economic empowerment, especially in the rural areas. Secondly, in the budgeting processes of this country, I hear you have very good indexes that are spelling something related to what empowerment can be done to women. And we are on a devolution. And sometimes you find the devolution managers saying they have no budgetary allocation for women to address this kind of empowerment. Why does it come very clearly? By the time the budgeting is advised at the county level, there is an index straightforward that is guiding the county government to set funds for women empowerment without grappling with whatever they need to set around that. Then finally, why does it then not an advisory from KNBS to advise even the national government when they are allocating resources to the department at the sub-county levels, the functions that were left at the national level, then that index to advise them, rather than allocating the same amount of money for an officer who is running education sector in Turkana and who is running education issues in Kirinyaga, at least they have a disparity looking at the geographical. Thank you.
Maybe just one more.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question goes to Dr. Gazuke. You highlighted on the volatility of the index. And to me, that's a very good area. But I want you to propose, probably you can propose what needs to be controlled, so that when we control the context-specific factors that are leading to the volatility of the index, what needs to be done so that we have clear indicators of economic empowerment in regions, so that appropriation of what you said, like capitation among others, is going to be done with the element of equity in mind.
Thank you, and thank you for indulging me. I may not be asking a question. Allow me to pick from the DVC card, Chuka University. I've never asked this question again. All of us are aware that the female gender has been disadvantaged for a long time culturally. We are trying to fight with a culture that has disadvantaged the woman who disadvantaged them too on the same. There was a problem to have a disadvantaged gender, isn't it? Then gender does not mean women, does it? Lastly, systematic unfairness to the human gender, allow me to use that, has brought us this far. Can a problem be solved by creating another problem? Can you do all things right with one hand unless caused by an accident? Where are we taking the boy child? Not in this generation, but in the future generation. If gender parity means so, that's a question that does not need an answer now. If gender parity means so, does gender parity need women? I mean, it's about women. The boys are not there, I'm telling you. We are working with ensuring to empower the girl child, and they will never have husbands. We have woken up in the morning and found a group of boys, around 10. We were asking, these are the boys we are talking about. We are talking about girls who are smart, like most of those that you are seeing here. But they don't have husbands in the future. I'm just putting that. You can pick it from there. Thank you.
Okay, I will go first and I will be addressing my brother who just spoke and about the boy child. And as a mother of boy child, I totally agree with what he's saying. And how do I agree with it? First, I will respond to the question, who put the girl aside? Of course, it's the system. Of course, it's the culture. Of course, it's how we grew up at one point, culturally, knowing that the girl, if, for example, a woman would give birth to girls continuously, they had to be summoned, even by the elders, to be asked, why are you not bringing children? And there are 8 girls already in the family. And so the woman was pushed to actually give birth every other year so that they can get a boy, so that they can be recognized as a woman. So we are talking about the system, we are talking about our cultural setup and how it was set. And for even the lawmakers to come up with one day and sit and say, you know what, we really need to think about this other species called the girl, because she's nowhere in leadership, she's nowhere in school, she's nowhere in decision making. So the lawmaker was very bright to know that a woman is also a human being and they need to actually be considered. I will also go to the question, where is our boy? And I know this is a very unpopular question, but where are the men? Where are the real men? You see, as a mother of boys, there's some extent I'll go with my boy. There's some extent I will speak to him to be a man, but I've never been a man. If I speak to him, if my boy is at that age and is on wet dreams, for example, I've never had wet dreams. I do not know what to tell him what wet dreams are. But if the father was available, if the father was present, if the father was actually there to tell him this is how a man is, this is how a man should be, this is actually really normal for a man to go through. Because I remember at one point one of my boys came, and around his genitalia there were some things that he was not understanding what it is. And he was almost that age of circumcision. And I was equally like, okay, how do we go about this now? What are these? Is it even normal? I had to look for a male friend to ask him where, does the penis look like this at some point? Because I don't have one, you know? So where is that father to tell the boy that actually this is it and this is how it is? So we also need our men to wake up. The real men to wake up and guide our boy the way I'm guiding my girl and telling my girl menstrual period feels like this, menstrual period like this. So let's have the real men also standing, and also for the women, let's stop the toxic femininity. We are empowered not to distress others, but to be able to help others. Thank you.
Yeah, let me add a little bit about the gender. You know, there is always some misconception that gender is about women. And that goes even to allocation of resources from the national level to the counties. When we look at the ministries of gender, they actually belittle it and put many things. They put gender, sports, youth, music, you know, and then in terms of even those resources, they don't use them. At the end of it, they move these resources to other important dockets. Yeah, so basically, I wanted to say that when we talk about gender, we are talking about male and female. Then, we are also talking about the issue of equality. Because when you look at the history of Kenyan society, women have been disadvantaged. So we want to bring them at par with men, 50-50. When we talk about equity, it's an issue of fairness. Where is the fairness in the distribution of resources? And that's where we come from. And now with this index, we were hoping it can be a good tool for the ministries, for the counties, to be able to allocate resources fairly. For example, now, as the DG illustrated, how many counties are performing very poorly? And how many are performing better? So that when we share this and the counties are seeing where they are in terms of allocation of resources, they can now think about gender equity. And that was the whole essence of this index.
Okay, this is to address the question asked by Professor Nywere on why are we always, on this one we are talking of issues of economic and not agriculture. Now, this depends on how we have formulated our problem. The issue here is that it's not the broader women empowerment. This is a subset, and that's why we look at anything that can economically empower the women to prosper. So in this case, our setting of questions were towards that, and we didn't venture so much on agriculture, and that's why you can see it's not there. So we have women empowerment in finances, women empowerment in agriculture, like that. So this one was just going to that direction of women economic empowerment, and our questions were tailored that way. So we'll expand next time and include agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in all, I will say that let's have people-centered leadership, people-centered approach to measurements. Let's address our tools. Let's touch the hearts of our people. Let's change our attitudes. Let us move to African policies, let's move out of colonial inheritance. Let's be ourselves, let's be real, and invest properly in this issue of indices. It will help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, panelists. That was very insightful. Let's give them one particular. Yeah, it's another session again being chaired by Dr. Joachim Njagi of Chuka University. And we have presenters, Teresa Moma, Professor Teresa Moma. We have Hudson Ouko, Samson Oteo. Yes, and the other paper by John Oroto. Okay, so let's have Professor Teresa Moma.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the presenters to come here in readiness for the presentations, and we ask the Secretariat also to make this clean ready. Professor Moma,
thank you. I feel harassed, honestly, because everybody's whispering to me.
Let's go on.
Okay, good morning. So I'm presenting the importance of improving classroom process, quality in early childhood education, and of course the findings are coming from this particular study that we have been doing. And maybe the question one wants to ask, why is classroom process quality important for young children? And the 5 key points stands out because process quality teachers are able to interact with the children, which predicts that the children's developmental outcomes. Number 2, when there is warm, responsive, and intellectually stimulating teacher-child interaction, it promotes children's development linguistically, cognitively, and other indicators. And when we have a high-quality classroom process, then we advance equity, especially for children that are disadvantaged, and then using the local language or the mother tongue, it promotes equitable access and affirms cultural identity. And then having mentors who will coach the whole process is also very critical in helping teachers to appreciate the whole process. So I'm not going through the objectives. The methodology was also mentioned. I just want to highlight the key thematic areas or domains that were focused in the observation, the learning activities, teacher-learner interactions, the child engagement, the child talk, responding to children, giving feedback to the children, the teacher engagement, teacher support, and the use of materials. Those are the domains that the study, the observation focused. So what were the results? During baseline, you will realize when you look at all those 9 domains, there was no significant relationship, there was no significant differences between the treatment and the control group, meaning randomization was well done, and therefore that's why we are seeing that. During midline, in terms of learning activities and the teacher-learner interaction, we noted that the intervention class in terms of learning activities had 15 points higher compared with the control group, and in terms of teacher-learner interaction, it was highest, 21 points higher compared with the control group. In terms of child engagement and the child talk, as well as responsiveness, we noted that on child engagement, there was no significant difference between the 2 groups, but on child talk, the treatment classrooms generated significantly more verbal participation. Children were speaking more
and when they were interacting, and in terms of responding to children, the teachers in the treatment schools were more responsive to children's ideas and needs. And this is because of the use of the language of the catchment area, but also the mentorship and coaching that was going on, encouraging children and teachers to give feedback. In terms of feedback, teacher engagement, support, and materials, we realized that teachers in the treatment schools provided more constructive responses and reinforcement on the activities children were doing. And also, in terms of teacher engagement, the largest teacher behaviors effect was seen, and having an extra adult in the classroom, because in the treatment schools, we had a teacher support who was supporting. In terms of use of teaching learning materials, this was found to be really influencing the learning in the classroom. So that's what the graph is trying to show us. What about during endline? What did we find? When we looked at all the subdomains, the learning areas in terms of storytelling, free play, pretend, music, psychosocial, all the activity areas, they were high in terms of how the treatment schools were performing when you compare them with the control groups. In terms of social emotional development and teacher behavior, Helen highlighted that yesterday, and there was a significant difference when you compare the treatment. The treatment schools were performing better than the control schools. So, what are some of the conclusions we are drawing from this kind of results? Number one, classroom process quality can be significantly improved through well-designed school-based interventions that combine curriculum, enhancement, teacher mentoring, additional staffing, and parental engagement. Number two, teacher professional support is a critical lever for improving classroom quality. And number three, structural constraints continue to undermine classroom quality. And then number four, the presence of the 3-year-olds. From yesterday we had 3-year-olds within the pre-primary 1 class. Their presence in that particular class did not negatively affect classroom process quality. So what are some of the recommendations that we are making? Number one, we are saying we need to prioritize strengthening classroom process quality as a core pillar of early childhood education reforms. Number two, we need to invest in strategies that promote child engagement, child talk, and teacher responsiveness in classrooms. Number three, we need to have sustained teacher professional development. Our mentors were always visiting schools, either one day in a week, to coach teachers as they were working. And then last is that school entry should consider 3-year-olds as part of empowering women economically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think you've captured something very critical about the structural and cultural barriers that you encountered. Probably it's an area of opening a new horizon. Now we need to have, those who have questions, you can put them down, we will ask them at the end. Ananda, Kube.
IT please.
be around here and
As Nanda Prepare said, the other two presenters can also get ready with the laptops. And you can also sit at that point.
I made a request. Yesterday I lost my charger, so I made a request so that before my meeting was off, I can do my presentation. I have to say that this paper is a bit controversial because we are trying to build a case. And that case, I want to put it like the way Julius Malema said, Professor Muir, give me a signal. How am I going to say that I don't know what are the findings? Professor Judith and James, I included you deliberately and silence because I needed you to give me a signal. How would I say this that I don't know what all what we have invested in this project? I'm trying to look at the duration and the cost effectiveness and the public and childhood care. A temporal analysis on the impact of the RCT of the 2-year play-based curriculum on holistic children development and maternal labor in the Canadian. A lot has been said about that the 3 hours can learn. And like another county, there can be mothers of 3-year-old have been undercover in loading 3-year-old in schools. And of course, even the head teachers, if they're still here with us, they don't report because the formal age entry is supposed to be 4 years old. And because of that, we have unstructured and official classrooms, of course for the player-based in public schools, unlike in the private schools. And a few who are unable to afford the literature that is needed, they rely on the older siblings and the grandmothers to offer that informal care. But you can assure me, and the early childhood specialists that are here, that lacks proper stimulation that will ensure development of the children. And this leads to the triple negative impact, whereby we witness the child development stagnation, and of course there's a gap in the wealth, and of course women are trapped in this female labor participation because of the burden of unpaid child care and domestic care. So my question is, my good friends, give me a signal. Do we have to stay with the undercover, or we formalize the school-based curriculum whereby the children are well stimulated and the mothers, they have maternal leave to work? Give me a signal. In terms of methodology, of course it has been said a lot. We expected to have 600 mothers and children, especially for the experiment. Of course I know you've been having treatment in control. In the analysis, we deliberately left it out because it is more talking about the spillover effect. But our intervention was in the classroom. So I've included those, but the actual numbers are these ones, like the 300. 3-year-old, 300 in the treatment, 300 4 years old in the treatment, and of course in the control, 3-year-old who remained at home, and the 300 who are 4 years old because they were learning together. I think we are now conversant. In trying to answer the question, there are 4 evaluation dimensions I was trying to look at. So the question is, are we on the golden or we are in the blue? Give me a signal. Are we on 1 year program or we are in the 2-year program? And we are looking at what could be the financial implications in 1 year program when we did the midline and 2 years when we did the end line. Then what could be the immediate improvement or boost for the children in 1 year and in the 2 years, and what happens between 1 year and 2 years? The improvement we see there, is it cost effective? Give me a signal. What about the mother's empowerment? We wanted to see the temporal leave in that 1 year. Was it good enough or we needed 2 years? Are we on the golden or on the blue? Prof, give me a signal. And what is the verdict? James, I didn't have the costs, but I decided to think about some of the budget lines. In our first year, we did household listing. The director is here. There are some implications, financial implications. We needed to provide accommodation. I was one of the supervisors or the people. You gave me something small. There was a lot of things. Travel. I remember to require Tharaka-Nithi with one of the vehicles. Then coming to material sourcing, of course, we needed to buy raw materials, employ people to work on it. There was an expense in this. I don't have the amount. But James could be thinking about the amounts we are talking about. That's what I'm saying, James, give me a signal. So in terms of distribution of materials, all the way, I remember the vehicle came, Eunice, you were one of the people who were leading the distribution. Give me a signal. Are we on 1 year or 2 years? The human capacity where teachers were recruited and the mentors, of course, the aspect of salaries, the aspect of strict supervision and the mental checks, all those were the expenses we did in the first year. Every investment in the first year. In the second year, there are some that we didn't engage in. Yeah, I've seen the signal of my brother. Allow me to build the case. Yes, so, of course, you can see there are others that are missing. In the second year, we are having timely refresh training, continuous supervision, of course, and the salaries continued. We want to see the evidence, and that evidence, is it worth for us to go for 2 years or 1 year? The first signal. When we check the children improvement from the baseline where there was balance up to the midline, we see 5.29 points higher to the treated child vis-a-vis the control. And when we also look at, that is the media, that's what I'm calling the immediate impact. Then when we are looking at the long-term impact from the baseline all the way to the end line, we are seeing 6.8 points higher between the treatment children and the control. So you can see there, between the first year and the second year, the magical gain is 1.776, but it is not significant. So, give me the signal. Do we need 1 year or 2 years? Let us look at the mothers. In the mothers, in terms
we measured the mother's leave because our original belief was we leave mothers time off so that they can get time for employment, they can get time for work in the market and the farming. Now, what is the program interaction telling us with the time? There was no statistically significant relationship between the time spent in the market, in the farm, and employment with the treatment. What did that one tell us? But the time increased. On this other side, remember we talked about the golden and the blue. On this other side where we are having the golden, of course the time increased. The time they gave for employment, in fact for farming it didn't increase as such. But for employment it increased 1.88 at the midline to 2.67 at the end line, and also in terms of the market it surged up to 3. But not related with the treatment. Could it be, the economists are here, Professor Nelson, give me a signal. Could it be there are microeconomic trends that are beyond the intervention? Now, we have option A and B. Option A, do we take this intervention 1 year? We optimize on this strategy after spending heavily in the first year, and we got the returns of 74. I'm finishing my dear, 1 minute. 74%. When you compare the total gain for the 2 years, the first year gave us 74%. That is 5.09. Such that the amount we spend on the payment and enumerations, we can save it and admit another new cohort. I don't know. You know what that is. Or we go for 2 years strategy because we have seen the gain. We have seen the gain. However, remember there was no significant difference between the treatment child and the control child. What could it be? From a psychological perspective, there was some kind of neurodevelopmental plateau because the children repeated in the same class. What can be done such that we have age appropriate and some kind of graded curriculum to recognize those children who are just receiving the curriculum now and those who are doing the repetition, and maybe it can work. I'm still on the dilemma. Give me the signal. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
If you don't go on, what type of signal you want there? We shall give us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Chaya, you are not seeing the signal, but the signal is there. Yeah, so we'll stop here, and the questions will carry them forward to the other breakout rooms. So, Dr. Hudson, you present in breakout room 206 after refreshments, and Dr. Ananda Kube, you present in 306 after the refreshments. So you hold your questions, we take them to the breakout rooms. So the ones who are presented, you will come, Dr. Teresa Moma, you will go to room 206 for the question session, and Dr. Samson Otayo will go to room 306 for the question session after the refreshments. So I'm giving you only 15 minutes so that we can take our refreshments. Before that, we will go to second floor photo session. Then 15 minutes, we take our refreshments and we go back to our breakout room. So you're not coming back here. Immediately after the refreshments, those go to 206, will go to 206, and those are in 306 will be here. So thank you. Let's go for photo session. We are going downstairs.
Strong one. Yes. I repeat that skill. Oh, shit.
There's no How is that? Before they come, they have to be done again. See, yako haina password. Mimi yangu itamtoka naweza kujua. Before they come. Umepika moja tu? Nimepika kama picha 10. I'll show you.
Mimi hata wewe ndio ulinitoroka. Ulikuwa wapi? Why you not here? Turudishe mpenzi yetu hapa sasa mbele za kwa. Because I can't afford. I can even jump from, if I'm sure that it won't come back. I can jump. Naruka tu huko sasa ndio usikie uchungu sasa vile mimi nimesikia uchungu. You know sometimes people are saying, mtu anakudisappoint na unaruka so that he asikie uchungu. Kama babu.
Alikuwa anachunga.
But I've told her that even if he dares leave me, now nitaruka ndio asikie uchungu.
Are you in this room or you're going down?
Mimi you also leaving?
No, I'm here.
So you know you jump so that ule mwingine asikie uchungu. Mimi nitavunjika tu. Nitasikia uchungu, yeye ndio asikie uchungu. So mimi nitaruka kusikia kuvunjika, lakini wewe ndio utasikia uchungu.
Mimi ndio nitasikia uchungu. Haya, jaribu bahati yako. Watu wakuje tumalize kitu tena.
No, ndio anasema kama kuna signal akakuta hakuna signal. Sema give me a signal. Alafu akenda naweka laptop off. Unaonyesha hapo no signal.
I hope my laptop is compatible with your.
Unasikia mwema? Unacheza na hiyo cowboy.
My queen, I'm asking for a signal you're not giving.
These signals, you know, you never told us that I kept on doing this, but you are not seeing the signal.
When you left the board, it was showing you there that no signal.
So, hata hakunipea signal.
You are here, you are remaining here.
Yeah, I'm remaining here.
That is good.
Because this is where the question
maswali ikiulizwa. Nasema ask my co-author. Hi Pius. You also a co-author, so make sure you stay around. How you going? Sawa,
today I'm a rapporteur for this session.
Okay.
Mmoja anabaki hapa mimi naenda.
Ni sawa kama amuru wako ni sawa. You are leaving?
I need a signal. Give me a signal.
I'm waiting for a signal. You need to give
utafute mtambo kubwa. Iko na big reception.
What type of signal are you expecting from us?
Is it 1 year or 2 years? That's the question. See, that is why I'm asking. Is it? Give me a signal so that I'm not
the only problem, the only problem, yani sasa umetupatia now you are thinking. Because you are not ready for but it was well done.
Courtesy of my queen. I couldn't encourage him. I guess that nilikuwa sina kitu.
No, but I took off because aliniambia he left.
Oh.
I've just wondered if she disappoints me nitaruka vunjike lakini baki na uchungu. No, I'll do that.
Kumbe nilipotea sana pale Queen, the king was replaced.
Niliona whatever you have left is worth fighting.
Hey, but he's a brother.
He's your brother, so you cannot fight.
Power in the numbers. Hey.
Flock together.
minutes for each presentation, then after that we're going to the exhibition. 5 minutes for each presentation.
Well guided, Prof. My name is Dr. Rufo Munene. I teach here at Chuba University. So I will be the chair of this session. And I want to confirm whether the rapporteurs are here. We have Silas Mutuma and Jacqueline Kanana. Who said? Okay, well. So let's have the first presenter, that is John Orobo. And please, for 5 minutes, to advise you, you focus more on the findings. You're more interested on the findings. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. So it is titled Foundational Numeracy for STEM Pathways in Competency-Based Education, that is mediating the roles of school climate and teacher satisfaction. So we collaborated quite a number of people. They are have enumerated there. To save on time, because the time is a bit small, I'll go straight to the problem statement, because the previous is just a literature. So we were looking at just the climate, the educational climate that the younger children are exposed to. So despite the increased investment in foundational learning and the implementation of CBE in Kenya, there are a significant proportion of learners who continue without acquiring adequate literacy and numeracy competencies into the STEM, or rather they progress into the STEM pathways. So evidence is there from the IDELA-based interventions, which demonstrate foundational learning outcomes, although they are insufficient for transformative and equitable educational advancement. So we aimed to investigate how school climate and teacher satisfaction mediate foundational numeracy outcomes within a CBE framework, and how these factors influence readiness for STEM pathways. The objectives were to determine the influence of foundational numeracy on STEM readiness within CBE, to assess mediating roles of school climate on foundational numeracy outcomes, and finally to examine the influence of teacher satisfaction on learner achievement in foundational numeracy. So much has been talked about the design and the methodology, because it was an implementation of RCT, which was done in our, say like, implementation of the RCT, which is the same tool. It has been talked about by so many speakers ahead of me. So I'll go straight to the answers, or rather the findings of the study. There were quite a number of activities that we looked at. So there are these activities: math skills, literacy, up to music and movement. So we were creating, say, models to relate all of them and see whether and how they are, or they can be quantified. So the second column there indicates the R square. How much of the variability can be explained by each of these components in affecting the numeracy. And then the last component there is the individual contributions which are done by these domains. to the final numeracy. So I could just give a small preview to the descriptive results from statistics. So we had a look at the eta, we had a look at R square, and again there was a component of the coherent statistic, which just indicates the effects. Maybe we want to quantify the effects of those domains into the literacy itself. So much important of what we saw is the statistical model for the mathematical skills. It was explaining about 74% of the variability in learners' outcome, as it was exhibited by an R square of 0.74. And again, there was the eta, 4.7. Of all the model, if we look at each individual, the eta square for that was about 47. Eta is just, we now remove that factor alone. That is mathematical skills. And look at how much it affects the foundational numeracy. So in terms of, say, an intervention. Then numeracy competencies, we could classify them in terms of counting. That is how we evaluate the skill itself. So we are looking at counting, we are looking at measurement, we are looking at logical reasoning, because mathematics is about logic. It's about how we, say, organize and arrange items. So with these young ones, we look at the logical reasoning, the sequencing, and the problem solving in terms of that. So it has a greater impact on what we are looking for, the STEM disciplines. The large effect size suggests structured numeracy interventions can be substantially improved if the mathematical skills are inculcated to these young ones as early as possible. This is supported by studies by Duncan, Gray in 2007 and 2011, which also denote important results like that. And then if we go to the inferential statistics, we try to look at this ANACOVA, the whole model for objective 2. We had the relationship between teacher satisfaction and numeracy. We can see that the whole model was significant because there's a p-value there, which is a measure of whether the model is significant or not. So we can see that, and then it explains that the whole model was explaining about 2 roots of 3.5% of variability. So what we can denote out of this is that the explanatory power was a bit low. Maybe it can be attributed to the varied ways in which data appears. Then the findings also suggested that teacher-related factors played a big role in shaping children outcomes. Of course, this one is exhibited in the IDELA assessment tool. Then the ANACOVA was showing an effect size. That is, if you look at the satisfaction, we look at a size of about 2.3, that is about 23.2% of the variabilities, which talks about practical effects, just moderate, about that. So the variation of children numeracy outcomes can be explained by combining the teacher's characteristics together with the interventions and for the model. Then for objective 3, again we can see it was significant because we look at the significance factor, the p-value. And this one now, the relationship between school climate and numeracy was depicted far better than others because the R square, the amount of variability that the model can talk about is about 95.6%, which is very strong. So this one shows that there is a strong relationship between school climate and numeracy outcomes. So the findings suggest that the use of learning and play materials had a strong and statistical strong influence on the foundational learning as exhibited by the IDELA outcomes. So the model also showed about 91.7% of variability, which is very high, of course. Because if we explain more than 90%, that means the model is actually very strong. So there's influence of school treatment, that is the climate, on the learner's capability of calculating the, or learning the skills. So the conclusions, learning activities are the strongest drivers of numeracy achievements. This is concluded by about 2.4% of the R square. And then teacher satisfaction contributes positively, but again, it's noted that it's modestly to the numeracy outcomes because it was only talking about 3.5%. Then lastly, it was the school climate is the most powerful because it is talking about 95.6% of variability. So school climate is very key. So in such a case then, we make some of these rough recommendations that we need to strengthen the learner-centered instructional practices. We enhance teacher motivation and professional well-being, and then improve the climate, because climate has a lot to contribute to children's ability to learn the numeracy skills. So that is the end of presentation. We acknowledge the Bill and Melinda and the KU, the WE Hub. Thank you.
Very well, especially now that the whole country we are preparing for CBE. That was a very powerful presentation with very rich differential statistics, especially the effect size. That's wonderfully done. Please, you can be writing your questions. We'll pick questions after this session. Let's go to the next presenter. That is Margaret Mwangi.
Margaret Mwangi, and I represent my people. And I will guide on the previous presentations because a lot has been said as far as what I'm presenting is concerned. And it feels a bit awkward because what the presenters that have been doing it before me have been presenting about the results. But I want to take you backwards a little bit to the baseline survey because I want us to understand where did it all start. I'm looking at the developmental milestones of 3- and 4-year-old children based on the mother's demographic characteristics. Just to give a brief overview, Before the project started, a baseline survey was conducted to determine the children who are to be involved in the project. And I want to relate this study with how caregiving services can enhance women economic empowerment. And we know that the child care services have been a barrier to many mothers, because for one, the child care services are very expensive, and some mothers are not able to take their children there. And most of these mothers, sometimes they opt to stay at home and stay with their children, or leave them in informal setups that may not be very safe for these children. And in Kenya, that is the situation. And we have seen these daycare centers in the places where we come from, especially in the urban setups. And this has created a gap that Kenyatta University, in collaboration with other stakeholders, wanted to bridge, especially concerning the 3-year-old children who are not catered for in our education policy, because these children are supposed to remain at home, yet some of these children are tying down their mothers at home, and mothers are not able to engage in income-generating activities. So through the randomized controlled trial research, we wanted to establish the impact of taking the 3- and the 4-year-old child to school and see whether it would empower the women. And therefore, the objectives of this paper are to determine the developmental milestones of children who are to be included in the RCT, and also to determine the relationship between the mother's demographic characteristics and children's developmental milestones. The children who are included in this program at the baseline and even later on were divided into 2 groups. That is the treatment group and the control group. And you can see that the treatment group, we had the 3-year-old who are to be in school, the 4-year-old who are also to be in school, the treatment school, and the 3-year-old treatment area at home. The treatment area at home are children who had an opportunity to interact with the children who are in the project or in the treatment schools. The other category were children who are 3-year-old, but they did not have an opportunity to meet with the children who are in the treatment, and the 4-year-old who are in control schools. These schools also were not in a position to interact or to mix up with the children who are in the treatment, and there was a total of 1,295 children. At the same time, a survey was conducted to establish the demographic characteristics of the mothers, and the demographies that were considered were education level, age, wealth quintile, occupation, marital status, and women headship. That's a conceptual framework just showing the relationship between the variables, the demographic characteristics, which we thought would influence the developmental milestones of children, which included the health domain, the psychological well-being, and the learning domain. And we were doing this to establish whether this child is ready to be taken to school. Is the child ready for school at 3 years and at 4 years? The methodology that was used has been discussed severally. This is the randomized controlled trial design that was used, and we targeted 1,205 children in the Rakanili count, aged 3 and 4 years old. And we said that the baseline was conducted also to establish the demographic characteristics of the mothers. And therefore, this paper focuses on 3 demographic characteristics, that is education level, occupation, and wealth quintile. And a tool that was used to measure the developmental level of these children is called Early Childhood Development Index 2030. This is the tool that was used to establish the developmental status of these children. And this tool has 20 items. It has 20 items. And these 20 items covers 3 domains. That is the learning, which has 9 items, the psychosocial, well-being, which has 5 items, and the health that has 4 items. And we are told that the 19th item and it has to do with the Rickert scale, and the 20th item has to do with 5 responsive options. And this tool was administered to the mothers. They had to establish the developmental milestones of these children through the mothers. So the questions were asked to the mothers, and after the analysis, that is when we were able to determine whether the child was developmentally on track or not on track. And a child who was 24 to 29 months, who scored a minimum score of 7 items, was considered to be developmentally on track. And I think that one I can share the diagram so that we understand what I'm talking about. So a child was 23 to 29 months and scored 7 items, was considered to be on track. 30 to 35 months, if the child scored 9 items, the child was considered to be developmentally on track. 36 to 41 months, if the child scored 11, the child was considered to be developmentally on track. 42 to 47 months, if the child scored 13 items, he was developmentally on track. And among the children who are 48 to 59 months, if the child scored 15, that child was considered to be developmentally on track. So we had to correlate to get these results. Like I've just said, that the tools were administered to the mothers. And I've said that we established the demographic characteristics of the mothers, and we correlated the two. How many children among this category of education were developmentally on track? And from our graph, we can see that there is a clear relationship between the mother's education and the child's development. Among the mothers who had no formal education, only 1.8 of the children were developmentally on track. And among the mothers with the primary education, that 8.8 of their children were developmentally on track. And among the mothers with the secondary education, 28% of the children were on track. And among the mothers with post-secondary education, 11% of these children were on track. That is developmental milestones against the mother's education level. Against the mother's wealth quintile, we can see that in the lowest wealth group, about 15% of these children were on track. And in the second quintile, 13.9 were on track. And in the middle quintile, 16.8 were on track. In the fourth quintile, 16.7 were on track. And in the highest quintile, 17% were on track. In looking at the mother's occupation, children of mothers who are casual workers, 31% of these children were developmentally on track. Among those mothers who are employed, 8% of these children were on track. And from the farmers category, 9% of these children were on track. Among the housewives, 17% of their children were on track. Those who are not employed, nearly 19.8% of their children were on track. And those who are self-employed, 14% of these children were developmentally on track. So you can see that from these findings, the children of the casual workers had the highest percentage of being developmentally on track. So what does that mean? Why were we finding out whether these children were developmentally on track? And remember, when this was done, it was done to the children who are in the treatment and those who are to be in the control groups. And we wanted to establish a balance such that at the beginning of the project, we are sure that the children in the control and the children in the treatment are at the same level of development. And from these findings, we have seen that majority of the children who are developmentally on track, like 80% of them across all the background characteristics. So a very minimum number of children that was not developmentally on track. And that means that these children are likely to be ready to learn if they start school. There's a relationship between women education and children being developmentally on track, although the proportion that was not on track is relatively small. And we have also seen that education is a powerful lever for breaking cycles of vulnerability and ensuring healthier development outcomes. In looking at the wealth, we've seen that when the wealth arises, the proportion of children who are on track also increased. However, we are saying that wealth on itself does not guarantee developmental success, but it can create a condition for better nutrition, healthcare, education, and safer environment that can help children to thrive. Time and flexibility of women mattered, and more than formal employment status, because we have seen that the mothers who are at home, their children were more on track than the mothers who are employed. And maybe it's because mothers with casual work or no employment had a higher rate of their children being developmentally on track, because maybe they have given their children a lot of attention and they are able to guide their children along the day. And we've seen structured jobs like employed mothers and farmers are likely to reward developmental progress of children, maybe due to time constraint and workload. And economic stability alone, we have said it cannot guarantee better outcomes. And we have seen that developmental milestones of 3- and 4-year-old children, in both the children who are to be in the experimental and the control group, were balanced at the beginning of the RCT project. The policy recommendations are that we need to expand access to girls' education, since primary and secondary school mothers are likely to boost children's readiness to school. Strengthen adult literacy programs, maybe when girls get pregnant and drop out of school, they can always be taken back to school to advance in their education. Expanding preschools and child care centers to accommodate even the 3-year-old who are at home. Subsidize early childhood education, ensuring that no child is excluded because of this. We could go to some places and we could find that the children have been sent home because of fees-related issues. We can also have women vocational training to empower them so that they can be able to start their businesses, and also microfinance and saving groups. So how does it relate to our theme, transformative child care system and women's economic empowerment? We are saying that children's milestones depend on mothers' time, education, and resources to nurture them. Therefore, linking child care provision with the mother's empowerment, we can ensure every child enters school ready to learn, while mothers gain the independence and the opportunity needed to drive family well-being and national progress. And that is a dramatic illustration of how these variables are related. We have the children who are in the child care center. They are able to develop cognitive skills. There's a child care center there where the teacher is taking good care of them. And women are able to engage in economic activities, and they are able to support their family and also to bring up
good, Margaret. It's nice to hear that you started with the baseline survey. Actually, at more times we forget and we find ourselves doing research and undermining the very, very basics. So that was very interesting, understanding the very, very basic first in terms of the demographics. And more interesting to hear that children of the casual laborers or workers, okay, their children hand more development track compared even to those who are in formal jobs. Okay, I think that's a very nice discussion that needed to be done maybe in the future. At this time now, allow me to invite Irene, who is the last presenter. Then we can have a quick round of questions. Welcome, Irene.
Thank you so much. The night is in the afternoon, but allow me to take this chance to greet you all. Good afternoon. My name is Irene Mosioma from Greek, and it is interesting to be able to present after all the presenters because it has enabled us to be able to get some learnings, what is happening in the different counties, and what is also happening in the research space. From the presentation, as you'll be able to realize, I'll be presenting from a point of the research and also not like research, but from a point of implementation and also the learning that we have been able to gather in our implementation of the work. The title of the presentation is Transformative Childcare as an Enabler for Women Economic Empowerment in the hard-to-reach areas of Kajiado. When I talk about Kajiado, I talk of the rural part of Kajiado, whereby you can take even up to 7 hours from the main road to access to the villages that you're working in. And for this particular work, we'll be talking of learnings that we've been able to gather from Boka Kenyawa, which is the eastern part of Kajiado, Matapato South, which is from the central part of Kajiado, and also Kunchu, which is proximity from between east and southern part of Kajiado. And we got our great learnings from incredible 1,427 women and also children who have been able to be beneficiaries of the intervention, which are 919 across 47 Manyata childcare centers that has been established due to our learnings. And we had key learning questions that we are trying to answer as we continue to do our implementation. And the first question was, how does community-owned childcare centers support expanded economic and education opportunities for women? The second question, how does improved economic and education opportunities for women contribute to upward social mobility and enhance their children's education and social well-being? And the third question, how does community-owned childcare center create opportunities for gender dialogue on shared caregiving? These questions were carefully selected because of the region where we are working in. And from most of the studies, we can be able to understand how Kajiado is a patriarchal kind of a community. And it was quite an interesting venture as we were able to learn and be able to tweak some of the areas that you're working. And the approach we used is an implementation research methodology, which allowed us to implement, learn, reflect, and tweak. From the first part of the implementation, we started with the women economic empowerment. But as we were implementing, one of the key things that happened is every time you are calling for training, the women were coming with children. And interestingly, we had the children who were between the ages of 8 and also as low as 2 years. And for the children who are 8, these are the children who could be going to school. And it was quite a puzzle. Why is an 8-year-old together with the women in the training? And one of the reasons that was given is that most of the children are not able to access the nearest primary schools, which is 7 kilometers, maybe from their home states, and that is maybe 2-way. And for them being so young, they prefer let them get older, they get strong, the legs being strong for them to walk the long distances. And the first thing was because of this, the issue that we have, let us create community ECD centers. Which was interesting because yes, some of the children went to the ECD centers and the women were able to participate somehow in the trainings and the other economic activities that we are training them on. But also we have these other young children who are 2 years. We usually used to see the women also either coming with them to the training or when they're going to do other activities like going to fetch firewood and water, carrying them on their back. And what does that mean? And as we know, Kajiado is an area that is very dry, and it could be very hot. And most of the time, they could be able to mention that they get tired to them as the women also, but the children also get severe headache and vomit because of the hot sun. And we are able to sit together with them and say, what can we do to do? And because being able to leverage on the existing community structures, and the first thing they told us, the people who are positioned to take care of our children are the grandmothers. But you find nowadays the grandmothers, they are also busy and sometimes they have other activities they need to take care of. But now there are other homesteads that you have the grandmothers who can put to support in the childcare. And we saw because this is an issue that is not only affecting the women but the whole community, we need to bring everybody together to get their feedback. And now through that, we're able to get a model, which is a community-owned childcare centers, whereby the community come together, they see these are very strategic space, you can be able to have childcare centers that the women can be able to access when they're going to the market, when they're going to other activities for them to access. And interestingly, we have been able to see the men coming on board. And this is through their involvement. How do we bring them on board? Through the beginning of the whole implementation, bring them on board to decide and design the whole childcare, how it looks like. And this is the model that we are using by training the caregivers, and by training the caregivers having a safe space for them, and the safe space is community owned. The women are able to design how the childcare they want it to look like, and it is built using the locally available resources. As you'll be able to see in the other subsequent pictures, the structure of the childcare is similar to Manyata. And now we're able to provide some of the materials and encourage the community to go to make materials using the locally available resources. And now we have been able to link the women to these particular childcare centers to be able to access and be able to use them during the trainings and also when they're having other activities. And through this implementation, we've been able to have some of the findings that we've been able to state here. Community childcare centers, we have been able to see them improve their attendance, consistency, and quality of participation. As before I mentioned, during the trainings, you could find that either the woman is coming with the child to the training, and when the child is not is very uneasy, they have to go out and tend to them. So they miss out in some of the information that is being passed during the training. Even when you're doing the monitoring, you can be able to find some gaps that you're able to experience. And also, by having the childcare centers, you can be able to see the children are not exposed to the harsh weather conditions and them being carried on the back on the long distances when they're going to fetch water and also firewood. And this is one of the things that was interesting that came up during our implementation, that the community childcare centers has been able to give us an entry to having wider gender dialogues. When it comes to talking on matters to women, we are having men on board. And interestingly, as childcare is seen as the woman's responsibility, and I'm using that loosely, we have men who are part of the committee supporting the running of the childcare centers. For us, that is a win. Seeing a man involved in a child who is below 3 years, for us, that's a very big win for us. And children whose mothers do not have access to childcare services miss school on market days. And most of the time, it lies mostly on the girls, because they are left with the children as the mothers are going to the markets. And this calls us to be able to do even maybe further learning into that. when this child is missing school for 1 day, 2 days, what does that mean to the academics? So that's some place that we need maybe to think deeper. Does it have an implication on their studies? And women who had access to the childcare centers, we could see them being active in the market, being able to sell, and also participate in other economic activities, not only within their locality, but even other spaces that are not near them, because they have a safe space where the child is being left. And from our learnings, our recommendations are, we need to support the community-owned childcare centers, especially in the areas that they are able to appreciate that. And that is because in Kajiado, where we are implementing, communal is very key to them. And we didn't want to disrupt the structural within the community, but really strengthen the culture that is there. And being able to ride on what is the culture that is there. Having the grandmothers being part of the childcare centers, they're able to transfer the different good learnings to the child as they continue to grow. And during our budgeting and also calling upon other program implementers, let us put childcare as a core pillar when doing the budget, because let us not look at it as an afterthought that, oh, by the way, there's a childcare, let's have that. But when you're going to have a training, maybe for younger women, and they are having children, where are they going to live the children? How do we able to balance that even during our project designs? And also it is key to be able to bring the men and the local leaders during the whole discussion to be able to cultivate the culture of collective responsibility. And also having community-owned childcare centers has created the whole ownership, and also being able to bring the strengthening of the community, knowing that this child is safe in this particular area. And now, through that, we'll be able to see that childcare is not only a social or family issue, but a community issue. And involving the community from the word go in design and implementation has fostered sustainability and ownership. I'm looking at a scenario whereby we could have gone and said, like, now the solution is childcare. They could have said this is an urban kind of issue. But being able to work together with them, they're able to design and able to think how we want it to run, the kind of caregiver they want to be there, the kind of structure they want to be there. It has made it so much easier for even our implementation. Yes, and as I finish the presentation, one of the key things that I'm able to request, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the right people here, we have professors who are doing the research, and also other institutions who are doing the research, is calling upon each of us to be able to come together, to be able to do now an actual research on how does childcare in the rural part, especially in Kajiado, being an ASAL region, how does it affect the women economic empowerment? And by being able to have concrete data on this, it will be able to even help us as we continue to design and even strengthen the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, for taking us to Kajiado, and more importantly, for trying to give evidence-based solution of what is affecting our women. And therefore, this means that this issue of child care is not just in Tharaka-Nithi, but they can be scaled up even to other counties, okay? And more importantly, also, I have noted that you are talking of community-led, community-based, okay? The case of Tharaka-Nithi is more of, school-based. So I like the approach, and also you have given us the stories and the qualitative part of it, what the Greek Africa is doing. Now, my dear colleagues, other presenters, allow me now to invite you for questions. We can take like 4 questions, maybe 1 question for every presenter. And I will start with the first presenter. You talked about the STEM. This issue of CBE, even at the university, we are preparing for it. Where are the other 2 pathways? That is the social science and the arts and the sports. Okay? Maybe you can also tell us more about
Mine goes to Dr. Margaret. Okay. You see, I'm stemming this question from our experience and implementation in childcare. Right now, your research is talking about subtracting 1 year so that the kids it's not fully, it's a research. You're saying the kids at the age of 3 years, they can start learning. So I don't know if the recommendation is this 1 year that we subtract from them bonding with the mother is going to relieve of the women and give them more time to do their economic activities. But what we are not seeing here is that right now the Netherlands is the highest country when it comes to happiness. But because their kids start school at the age of 6 or 7. So that means for them the time that they bond with their mothers is increased. And that makes them to be mentally stable adults as they grow older. Because currently, even in Kenya, we are seeing high cases of suicide and mental instability among the youths. And if you can trace it back, it's because their mothers were busy with economic empowerment. So my question is that, are we fixing a crack with a patch by seeing women are not economically empowered? So we are trying to give them more time by taking the kids away, but we are not seeing the future where is this reduced bonding time between mother and child? Is it going to create the solution or create a bigger problem when they grow up? So mine is, have you think to that level? Yeah. Okay.
It's not a question, but once he answers it.
Thank you. Mine is not like a question, but a point of learning. Still on Dr. Margaret, and this is from, like I'm speaking now as a mother of a 2-year-old son who, through the child, have been able to be here now. My question is on when you're doing the study, did you consider the age of the parent? Is there maybe a variation when it comes to the age of the parent versus taking care of the child? And also, I know the resources is a bit of a komsi-komswa kind of situation, that if I have to be here for the child, it means that I'm going to be limited in terms of the resources. Maybe we might not be able to strike a balance, but it is something that even the women are really trying to gamble with on how can we be able to have the resources and still go and look for the resources and still have time for my child. Even me, I'm still yet to get there to understand. So my question is when doing the research, do you have some of the intervention recommendation that you are able to identify that some of the aspects that the women can go to venture into that try to balance a little bit on that? And my last question is on also on the demographic of the mothers. Do you have the different outcomes for mothers who are single, married, or divorced? Yeah.
Can I have the last one? Okay, maybe to the 3 presenters, you can converge and answer my question. Because I'm more interested to know, since yesterday, we have been talking about relieving the women this burden, right? Now, when we relieve them, how sure are we that they are participating in the labor force? Thank you. So you can have John, then we go to Margaret. You have a question to answer, make it very brief.
I'm Amanda, not John.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't get your first question. It wasn't very clear.
Okay, my first question was just kind of a general observation that your study was on STEM as a pathway. What do you think about the other 2 pathways? Because when you talk of CBE in the country today, we have 3 pathways, okay? We have the STEM, we have the social science, and we have the arts and sports. So, from your analysis, and perhaps you collected some qualitative data, did you kind of see other students who are also pupils who are more interested in other pathways?
I might not clearly. Okay. Let my colleague talk
Yeah. I'm sorry for taking on behalf of my brother. He's our consultant statistician, but I was in charge of measurement. I was copying measurement, so I will be able to answer that question. First, what was the reason why they focused on numeracy? It's from mathematics department, and Professor John is, I think, methods mathematics? Yes, so that is their interest. But I need to demonstrate that there were various learning activities that we evaluated. But it was very conspicuous that the significant difference in the numeracy was so high than in other of these areas, the traditional areas. Of course, the player-based areas was showing a significant difference, like music, play, and that stuff. But we're talking about the core ones, which was math, literacy, the learning, the literacy, and the language, and the environment. So we are not dismissing that those pathways were not important, they were. But when we brought them on board in the project as consultant statisticians, they say, like, there's something we are seeing here, and that is our area of specialty. So that is a good challenge. I can say that the player-based curriculum, we were able to see the significant difference between the experiment children and the control children. And the question that we have not answered is, all these schools we are talking about, whether experiment or control, they are implementing the competence-based curriculum, which emphasizes on child-centered and instilling capabilities of the children. How come there's this difference? And that is the question I was trying to answer in my first presentation the other day. Is we have very good documentation in terms of what is supposed to be done, but there is an implementation gap on the CPC. What is it that needs to be done? And in relation to what my sister, something you asked about how we taking the children from the mothers, I think, please understand us where we are coming from. I'm a psychologist who really understands the importance of attachment. We are not replacing the mother, we are complementing. And that's why I was asking in my first presentation slide, give me the signal. In the sense that, do we leave mothers to continue taking children to undercover institutions, or we leave the children with informal care where we are overburdening the old mothers and making all the siblings not to go to school and take care, or we go to a formalized, structured, play-based, child-friendly for the purpose of stimulation for only a half a day. We are not going for the whole day, right? And you see, we were coming from the one like these mothers are independent and responsible mothers who can make a decision on what to do with their time. Our work was, we take away the child. So, good friends, we are not replacing mothers. The intervention part was having early childhood specialists who are really passionate about bonding, read by Professor Teresa. Here I was as a psychologist leading the measurement, very sensitive about psychology and the psychology of the children. So we were aware of that. So it was just complemented, like, instead of leaving it, let us feel like this, let us have a structured, formalized, for the purpose of stimulating the children. And at the end of the day, the children go back to the evening, and the mothers and the fathers were giving their testimonies. And it has been demonstrated on how the mothers spend more time with their children in play. That means they are still engaging. In fact, we are promoting the bonding, my sister. Thank you.
Thank you. Well answered. Let's go to Margaret.
Okay, maybe just to add on what my colleague has said. My sister here is comparing Kenya with the Netherlands. I don't think you can generalize the results of Netherlands with Kenya. And I think Netherlands is one of the, it's on the high end country compared to Kenya.
Singapore proper.
Yeah, it's first world country. You cannot compare that with Kenya. So when you are generalizing that results, you must have the same variables on the ground. The other one asked about whether we considered the age, the being single or being married. Those ones were considered, but my paper focused on 3 areas: education, occupation, and wealth quantile. Yes.
It was interesting that the single mothers.
Sorry, we need to break for lunch, but they provoked me to answer to add. Actually, what informed the experiment was that they were wondering whether the mothers in the first place will release their children to go to school. That was one of the things that we were wondering about. So we went to, there was what we were calling rapid needs assessment. Baruta knows this very well. Rapid needs assessment of the mothers to just find out whether if they're given an opportunity for their children to go to a school at 3 years, will they allow the children to go to a school? And they said, my goodness, you will help me, you will save me. They prayed actually literally. And then the other thing when we now said, okay, let us take the children to school, we did a survey of all the schools to find out if the schools are compliant to the experiment. What does compliant to the experiment mean? They have no 3-year-old in school. They have no play group in school because the government does not allow it in public schools. Forget about private schools. And then what happens? You go to the schools and we find what term did you use?
Undercover.
Undercover mothers are the undercover. I don't know if it's the mothers or the teachers. Undercover children.
Yes.
Okay. Even try to identify whether the only way you will know that there is a child who is an undercover, it doesn't appear in the register. The register of the school, because the children must be registered under NEMIS system. So you ask the teacher, can I look at the register? That becomes a point of conflict. They don't want you to access the register because they will not put the child in the register. So they are truly undercover. Okay? Now, why will the mothers take the children to school undercover? They just want the child to go to school. What happens here is he doesn't care. Atakuja mtuke baadaye. Apate time, aende atafute maji, kuni, ama peleke mbuzi sokoni, or whatever they were doing. It's very interesting, and it's actually it's a very interesting experiment and very exciting. And that was a Rufo, those who asked that question, the designers all the variables. And I asked another yesterday, Nani is here, Mulo is here. If you did the columns A, B, C, D up to Z, then you begin A, B, A, C up to Z, then you go B, C, B, D, whatever up to Z, then you went up to J, A, is it? Or more, in terms of variables. Do you know what J, A means? So 26 times A, B, C, D, E, F, C, H. No, A, B, C, D, E, F.
There were almost 210 variables.
F unaenda G, H, I, J. 10. 26 times 10 variables.
On the mothers.
On the mothers, I think maybe they were more. Maybe for the children, there might have been more. On the variables of the mothers. So you can imagine you are literally looking for everything about the mothers to just understand what goes on in the system. To answer the question on whether, how did it look like in terms of married women, divorced women, widowed women, and so on, it's just a question of being the computation. The data is there. So,
Imagine the most interesting prof, because I interacted with the CDI, the single mothers. They had more
those who are developmental on track, and we wanted to discover what is it. Yeah. You see, when you are a single mother, you know I have to do my best. That was very catchy, because our expectation is those who are married are supposed to have more, those who are in developmental on track. But the reverse was true for the single mothers. Although, the single caregivers. Yeah.
And of course, KNBS gave us a very interesting variable in terms of married single or married multiple. They gave us a very interesting variable. Are you in a polygamous marriage or are you in what one marriage, Jackie, or multiple? So there was some interesting results. We did do that. Tharaka does not have multiple marriages. There are very few, but the polygamous marriage, I think we did encounter polygamous marriage in Tharaka. I mean in Tharakaniti. When I talk about Tharaka I'm meaning Tharakaniti, forgive me. No, Tharakaniti in Chile. But anyway, that is it. It was an exciting experiment.
Okay, back to Prof now.
Thank you very much.
Presenters, good job, and you can improve that one.
Wow, that was very exciting. We are going into another session before lunch. So we are going to the exhibition booths and networking on the second floor. So we are headed there at least for 15 minutes. We can network, then thereafter we'll go for lunch, and then come back for a wrap-up session. I don't know the energy levels because some people didn't get snacks, so the energy levels could be down. But my advice is we go for the exhibition first. We figure out once we are there. But
Queen,
I think well guided. You can actually come and do the wrap-up, and when we go for lunch, we finish. That would be fine. So we need to inform the people in room 206. They come for exhibition, then we come for the wrap-up, and then we finish. Yeah. teacher and caregiver training, the infrastructure and human resource gaps in public schools. Another key issue or theme is the importance of partnership and stakeholder collaboration for scaling up, and then budget constraints affecting teacher recruitment and program expansion. The last one is the need for county ownership and implementation of the research findings. Now, from those key themes and emerging issues, we have action points, and responsible parties will be able to take up those action points. Action point number one is there's a need to share research findings with the Ministry of Education, and people responsible here is the entire research team. They need to ensure that the findings have been shared with the Ministry of Education. Number two, there's need to review policies on school entry age. We were told from the various researchers that, and particularly from the legal officer, that the minimum school entry age is 4 years, and yet our intervention picked children that were 3 years. So there's that need because there was a good outcome. Then there's need to develop county implementation plans. The responsible party is the county government of Tharaka Nithi, and probably when we scale up, it will be the entire country in terms of counties, 47 counties. There's need to strengthen teacher and caregiver training. The responsible party is county education, departments, and partners. Action point number 5, the need to scale up, which means there's need to replicate the good intervention that has generated very good outcomes. The responsible parties, county government, and again, development partners. There's need to expand childcare and daycare infrastructure. Again, this is the county government of Tharaka Nithi, and if we scale up, all the county governments. Number 7, they need to coordinate future implementation support. So we're looking at a responsible party, that is the Yale team, and the county, and the other stakeholders. There's a need to establish opportunities of continued collaboration in scaling up the intervention across counties. Collaborations need to be anchored on various interventions through policies and consultations, which means that there is a need to co-create every aspect of the outcome that we're thinking about, and the intervention needs to have all the stakeholders. So the parties are all stakeholders. There's a need for taking ownership of the findings and integrating them into policy and implementation framework. So here, the ball is in the court of the county government of Tharaka Nithi to be able to take ownership of the findings and integrate them in policy and implementation frameworks. The next action point is there's a pledge continued technical support, a need for pledge continued technical support to sustain the scale-up of the project. Here again, the research team, Yale partners, and our other stakeholders. Then there's need for policy uptake and nationwide scaling. That is the Ministry of Education as the responsible party. The need to integrate the Women Economic Empowerment Index into government policy, planning, budgeting, and resource allocation to address gender and regional disparities. So here, it is the Ministry of Gender, the KNBS, to ensure that this is done by the government of Kenya. Then they need to conduct more localized and more inclusive studies to capture gaps in unpaid care work, agriculture, informal employment, and marginalized group. Again, here, all the stakeholders are involved. Then they need to promote sustainable and inclusive empowerment approaches that engage both women and men while linking economic growth to environmental sustainability. So here, all stakeholders and partners are involved. Then there's a need to enhance collaboration among KNBS, universities, county governments, and development partners to support evidence-based policy making and gender-responsive development. Again, all the stakeholders, the ones that I mentioned, KNBS, universities, county government, and development partners, and the Ministry of Gender. Then maybe just to summarize, they need to have playgroup intervention that require provision of affordable curriculum-based learning materials that will support the the scaling up of the intervention, the need for stakeholders to take advantage of the intervention opportunities that resources would mainly be required for salaries for trainers and mentors involved in PP2 and PP2 training, and the need to enforce mother tongue policy. Then there's a need to have continued mentoring, the need to be able to come up with the right classroom teaching and learning materials that you'll be able to embrace this intervention, because you cannot apply it using the normal curriculum. The need to train all pre-primary teachers, and the need to prioritize age 3 enrollment in underserved areas. Then the last action point is to be able to embed ongoing monitoring and evaluation and learning systems. I'll summarize the way forward because in the process of me talking about the action points, I've actually brought in the way forward. So way forward number 1 is Tarakaniti government to be a model to other counties as well as in the East African region. So this will enhance the scaling up of the intervention. And this is because the intervention is evidence-based, it does work. Then there's need to decolonize the Women Economic Empowerment Index, or the indices that are used. That came up from the various participants who had issues with the one that was used. So there's need to decolonize that and make it more context-based. Then establish opportunities of continued collaboration in scaling up the intervention across countries. I think I've mentioned that in the action points, so I'll just move to the one that probably I've not mentioned. I've talked about coming up with the right teaching materials and learning, conducting a study on the impact of women economic empowerment to the society. That came up today, that there is need to conduct the impact of women economic empowerment to the society, so that we are able to get both the positive and the negative aspects and be able to see how we can reduce or minimize the negative impact and amplify the positive aspects for transformative society. There's a need to, the Ministry of Education to review policies to allow children aged 3 years, I think I've mentioned that. Then there's a need to address social norms that impede women economic empowerment. There's also need to integrate the Women Economic Empowerment Index into government policy planning, budgeting, and resource allocation to address the gender and regional disparities. The way forward is to strengthen awareness and policy building programs to improve women access in terms of rights and opportunities that will bring Women Economic Empowerment Initiative. And then expand future research and data collection to include underrepresented areas like the unpaid care work, agriculture, informal employment, youth, intersex populations, and rural livelihoods for more inclusive measurements of empowerment. So this is just talking about the Women Economic Empowerment Index, context-based Women Economic Empowerment Index, instead of borrowing from other contexts that probably may not really work. The KIGA model is very good, so where it works, it can be implemented, but where the context is different, we may need to look at context-based Women Economic Empowerment Index. And I submit. Thank you. So having given us the actions identified from the conference and the way forward, I would like to invite Dr. Felicitas Makamara to come and give us the conference resolutions and communique. And then after that, we will have our vote of thanks, our closing remarks, and then the vote of thanks. Vote of thanks, and then the closing prayer. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. Are you able to flash them then?
Pardon?
Are you able to flash them then?
Unless she can connect.
but it's one page of what transpired. And this one is in regard to the 3rd International Women Economic Empowerment Conference held at Chuka University on 28th and 29th of May 2026. So I was talking about the 3rd International Women's Economic Empowerment Conference held at Chuka University from 28th to 29th May 2026. And as you know, it was a 6-year Gates Foundation initiative that comprised projects, 14 of them. And this one, which is here, which we're just finalizing, was held in Tharaka Nithi County between 2024 and 2025. And we are saying that we, the participants of this conference, purpose was to disseminate the randomized control trial results, the Women Economic Empowerment Index, and the policy dialogue and the upscaling policy uptick of the RCT. The conference observed that childcare is still a major barrier to women economic empowerment, but research from the RCT interventions have proved that childcare curriculum intervention spectacularly improved child development, self-regulation, and learning outcomes. Again, childcare access significantly reduced care burden, freeing mothers for farming, business, and saving groups. Education level was also found to be very, very critical, a critical gateway, because we saw like 66.6% of women had primary school or no education, had no primary school or had no education. So the recommendation here, we came up with a few recommendations. Some of them, I think, they have been put in the way forward. Is one, to upscale this model, which will act as a model for the county, the country, and the region. Number two is to share the findings with the Ministry of Education in order for them to review the policy to formally allow children aged between 3 to enroll in pre-primary school. Number three is to integrate childcare within national WE programs and livelihood support frameworks. There are also several others that, again, enforce mother tongue policy and embed ongoing male monitoring in all ECD centers. And I think Professor Momo can speak to that. It's also recommended that Women Economic Empowerment Index, that is WE, be integrated in the program design, budget allocation, and monitoring frameworks at both national and county levels. The disparities here reveal that by the region should also guide where the direct resources are coming from. This goes to the policymakers and planners. To the development partners, and as we had also even from the ministry, this is what we have noted, to the partners and civil societies. The index that was prepared by KNBS should be shared as an accountability tool, because it will guide the baseline against which progress can be tracked and evaluated. And it can also hold the government to book. The next recommendation was also to the academicians and us here as researchers. We should also build on this foundation, especially when we are researching. It will deepen the analysis and it will help us to explore the drivers behind just the county level variations and generate the evidence that will help us design more effective and context-sensitive interventions. Private sectors were not left behind, and we are saying that to the private sector, the Women Economic Empowerment Index is also a signal to us or to them. Women economic empowerment is not only for development imperative, it is a business opportunity, and we had it also from the PS who was here. So there was need for us to invest in women-led enterprises so that we can be able to close the pay gaps that we normally created for inclusivity. That is what I had and I submit.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nakamara, for the communique. So it's another chance that we wish to invite again the DVC Research for Chuka University to give us the closing remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Yes, I know our sugar levels are quite low, and I'm not going to keep you here any longer. But I'm just asking my colleague here from KU before I close whether she has
research and focus on how you can team up again as a competent competency network, people who are thinking together around a particular theme, how you can team up again in this time also involving Chuka University, okay? You should not leave us alone. Ukiniacha, takutafuta behind the tent. Next time we should do together. Chuka University admires, rather we covet this kind of network you have had here between the universities of Yale University, Gold University, with Bill Gates and all that. I cannot tell you, we covet to have been on the same spot with you. But we beg that in future we will be more partners. Now that we have known we are homely, yeah, we are welcoming. Even when we are not there, we can still eat with you on the same table. Karibuni sana. Yeah. So I want to wish you well, and I pray that God will keep us together. We'll be able to now strengthen this collaboration and our ability and our will, our need to work together, because united we are strong, divided we fall. Let us unite and be able to focus and see how we can bring forth results that will come to contribute to the development of this nation, to make this nation a better place to live in, to make our children to grow to be better citizens, because we will be proud to have contributed to their beautiful, wonderful lives. May God bless you. And with those few remarks, I want to tell you that our VC, I just talked with him, is very pleased to have been, to have hosted you here, and on behalf, therefore, of management and the Chuka University fraternity, I want to wish you God blessings and wish you well when you travel. We look forward for another forum like this, when you can come and be together, be able to share on our academic products as we proceed. May God bless you. With those few remarks, I officially declare this conference closed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, mine is a very humble kind of action I'm going to take, just to move a vote of thanks. I'm Professor Nelson Owire, not the one on the program. I want to start with Madam Economic Planning Secretary, Evelyn Anubi. We are so grateful that you came. In fact, in the morning we were wondering how the day will look like without you or the PS. So thank you so much. Can we give her one clap? Thank you so much. We want to also thank the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, for accepting to host this particular high-level dialogue on randomized control trial. Can we give Chuka University Vice Chancellor one clap? I want to also thank the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, for accepting to write a letter requesting Chuka University to host this particular high-level dialogue. Without the reply from the Vice Chancellor, we would not be here. So one clap. I want to also thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Chuka University. I don't know whether he's around here. He has been with us, and also I think there were two Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors, if I'm wrong. So I'm talking about the other one before I come to you. Yes, Professor. So can we give him one clap? Thank you. And Deputy Vice Chancellor Research, Chuka University, thank you so much for your encouragement. In fact, you have really encouraged some of us. And we are looking at you and wondering, you are a role model everywhere. So we want to thank you so much for being with us. In fact, today you are with us almost the whole day. And we thank you so much. One clap. Thank you. We want to thank the governor in absentia, Tharaka Nithi County, for accepting to partner with us to do the research, but also to organize this particular conference. And his representative was here, the deputy governor. I just heard Muisraeli. I didn't hear any other name, but Muisraeli Nyaga. So can we clap for him, please? Thank you so much. I want to thank Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. He has done a good job today morning in terms of the Women's Economic Index. And I was surprised that Bungoma is one of the counties with the problems. But let's clap for the Deputy Governor and also for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Director General. Thank you. We want to thank our partners, but before that, we want to thank the Dean, whom we have been with all along, and is still with us here, Professor Jalo. Thank you so much for being with us and guiding us in every step since we came. Even before we came, he was in our organizing committee of this conference for a long time. And we don't take it for granted. We want to thank you so much. Can we have a clap? Thank you. We want to thank the partners that have moved with us. And I think we shall give one clap to all the partners. This is Yale University, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Bangkok University, West Indies University, ECT Network, and I think, yes, ECT Network is here with us. Tharaka Nithi is also a partner, so Tharaka Nithi County. So all our partners, we give them one clap. Thank you so much. We want to thank Professor Waudo, our hub leader. She has really steered this particular ship very well. And let's give her a clap. Thank you so much. We want to thank the paper presenters, those who came and presented papers and documents and the index. Without them, we would not be here. So can we give a hard clap? Thank you so much. We want to thank the chair of sessions and moderators. One clap. Thank you. Participants, you have been here with us, and you are still here with us. We want to thank you for coming, because without you, we would not have had this particular what we are actually doing. Sorry for that. This particular conference. So can we give ourselves a clap ourselves? Thank you. Thank you so much, participants. We want to thank the teachers, the ECT teachers and the mentors and the children who have been with us, and we give them a hard clap. Thank you. Thank you so much. We want to thank also the technical people, and they are behind there, making sure that even as I stammer, they capture the voice. So, technical people with us. One clap. Thank you. We want also to thank the security. I've seen the serious security here, and I think we are doing very well. Thank you so much, Prof. Outside there, you will see them, and we don't take it for granted. Hard clap. Thank you so much. Catering. I know we are going to have lunch. I'm very sure. So can we clap for lunch in advance? Thank you so much. Then the secretariat who have been with us, led by Dr. Eunice Mubugu. I think she's somewhere. A hard clap. Thank you so much, and others. Let's clap for others. But there is one particular one we need to clap for. Madam, can we just stand up with clap for you? Please. Yeah. Don't ask me why. Because I think when you look around, you see her somewhere. So let's clap for this lady. Two times. Thank you so much. I will want now to ask. The press. Yes. The rapporteurs and the press. No, the chairs we have already finished. So rapporteurs, where are we? Where are you? Please. Yeah. Let's clap for rapporteurs. Yeah. I think the chairs I mentioned early. Yeah. So thank you so much for the good work you have done. I want to ask.
Our driver.
The drivers, yeah. The drivers, the sign language. Yeah, in fact, the sign language we give 3. Can we start? 1, 10. Thank you so much. Our drivers, 1. Yeah, thank you. Although they are going to hold our lives, I think we needed 3. But we have finished. So thank you so much. I want to invite James Ondidi for a closing prayer. Thank you so much.
Allow me to invite us to rise up as we pray. Let us pray. Holy, holy, holy is your name. Our God and our Father who art in heaven. Great is thy faithfulness. We began planning a while back. And in all our plans, we've seen your hand of mercy covering us and guiding us. You who existed before the foundations of this earth, you reconciled us to yourself through our friend and our brother, Jesus Christ. And now we stand here with all the rights to call you Abba Father. So we call you our Daddy because indeed you have provided for us. Every single request we placed before you in loud prayers and in silent prayers, we testify this day that indeed great is thy faithfulness. You have guided our institutions and the leaderships. You have led all of us as we support, as we participate, and as we work in this process. We have prayed many times for the children who are part of this process. We have lifted up their caregivers and their mothers. We have prayed for their environments that they be safe. We know the issues that we have in our schools, and Lord, in our case, you have been Ebenezer. May your name be glorified. even these things you do to us, in our state as sinners, you still cover us by the righteousness of Christ. And so we thank you. Our thoughts have gone against your will. Our speech have erred, and we missed the mark. Our actions, many times, have not been in line with what you request us to do. But even in that, you still love us. So Lord, this afternoon, as we stand here together, in adoration and glory for what you've already done to us, we want to pray for journey mercies. As each one of us step out of the university to our places of abode, whether by road or by air, or even by water, whichever means it will be, I want to commit these journeys before you, that Lord, may your Spirit go ahead of us. I want to pray in a special way. I want to say thank you for our partners who were here with us earlier but have left now. We commit them before you, that be with them in their journeys as well. I want to thank you for the leadership of the nation represented here by the ministry. Lord, I want to commit our country before you. As we move towards the elections, issues come up. But we know if we trust and rely on your help, all shall be well. This afternoon, as we depart from here, you have provided us a meal. I pray a blessing on this meal, that as we partake of it, may it nourish our souls. We represent families even as we stand here. So for each of the families represented here, there are many areas in our families we give glory and honor to your name. Receive our thanksgiving. And there are many areas in our families in which we need your intervention and your help. So as each one of us is making a silent prayer for their families, I pray, Father, that may you hear and answer us according to your will. Now, Lord, because you are merciful, because you are gracious, and because you are so loving, the greatest desire of each one of us here should be that when you come a second time, you remember us in your kingdom. Not because we deserve it, and not because we are good in any way, but because your mercies have been sufficient for us. Be glorified now, and now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.